Happy Tuesday, everybody. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. If you're watching the show live, video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube at 973 ESPN. What's up? I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Jennings producing today's show. You out there, we are ready to go for a fun Tuesday show with you as, what a wah-wah last night for Team USA Soccer, and the 2 weeks that we all care about soccer are now behind us. It is time to move back to the real stuff in this sports society that we do actually judge and care about. You know, a lot of people look at it like this. By the way, there's a game on right now, Egypt and Argentina. This is a real game. This is one that you can get behind, and this is one that you're like, okay, these people care. What we have here is a nice event every 4 years if we're lucky enough to make it. They expanded the field to give us a couple of extra games, and it's okay. It's okay that we're just not good at something, and there are reasons we're not good at soccer. We go through them every 4 years, and every 4 years they tell us how big it is and how much it's growing, and then every 4 years we come back to the same conclusions. There are reasons why we are not good at soccer, and it's not bad. It's not like, how dare us not be good at this sport. These are things that we choose to be this way, right? We choose in this country. We have a lot of options. We have so many other options. And to be elite at this particular game, you need to start early and dedicate your childhood to the sport. European kids go to academies. U.S. kids go to the beach. They play baseball. They play football. They play basketball. Maybe they swim. Maybe they row. Maybe they try something else. When they realize they're not good enough at those games, then they say, maybe I'll try soccer. And by then, it's too late. And that's okay. It's okay that for 2 weeks we can get hook, line, and sinker to think that maybe we've made up some ground. Maybe we've closed that gap. And then you realize the guys you're playing against have been playing together since they were 4. And our guys, maybe at 4, 5, and 6, were on the Ocean City Boardwalk. Maybe they went to the lake. Maybe they took a family vacation. Maybe they went to their prom. You know, I read the article about Christian Pulisic, who was playing for his team, and he asked the coach, can I go to the prom tonight? And he had a big game the next day. And the coach, who was German, said, I don't even understand what the hell you're talking about. The German team is not asking to go to the prom. They're not asking to go on summer vacation. They're not asking, can I miss practice for my baseball team? They're not asking, can I take the season off because I want to go play basketball? They're playing soccer because it's all they have. Yes, Saturday morning soccer fields are filled, but let's be honest. That's a free babysitter for 2 hours so mom can go and get her errands done. They're not teaching them anything. And by the time you're dropping your kid off to Saturday soccer field practice, the other country has been doing it for 4 years. We started about 8, 9, or 10. They started at 4. The MLS isn't a thing. It's cute. It's minor league baseball. It's a family night out. It's not the best of the best. The best U.S. players leave here to go play elsewhere. And that's not how the top professional athletes view themselves. If you're a kid growing up in Medford, the last thing you're saying is, you know what I really want to do? I want to move to Belgium so that I can go play real soccer. Maybe one kid. But let's be honest. There's probably 50 kids that are good enough athletes to help the soccer team that live right here. But of those 50, how many of them want to dedicate their childhood, which is essentially what you need to do? You have to dedicate your childhood to be good at this game. And it's bizarre to say that, but you're watching Argentina just down 2-0, and then here comes Messi, and they just won this game 3-2. It was 2-0 20 minutes ago, and they just won this game 3-2 because they have Messi and nobody else does. And I'll tell you what, as you're watching the game last night, it's such a frustrating game if you're a great. Because in our country, the best player on the basketball team, you give him the ball, you get out of the way and watch him work. And he takes you to school, he backs you down, or he crosses you over, or he pulls up and shoots one over you. To be the best in this game, it is frustrating. You might dribble with your feet 70 yards down the field only to have some unathletic schmuck slide tackle and kick the ball away from you. And not because he's more athletic than you, it's just that he happens to be standing there and his buddy's standing right next to him. You can't just lower your shoulder and barrel through the guy. It just doesn't happen. So it's very frustrating. If you are a really, really elite player, you can't just take over a game like you can in basketball. Where if you're a really, really, really good pitcher, you can get up on the mound and just throw the ball by guys. If you're a really, really good football player, you hand them the ball and watch them run people over at an early age, right? You see the kid playing peewee football for the Ventnor Pirates, and you hand him the ball, and he's just bigger than everyone. He just runs everybody over. And then once mom or dad says, you know what, I really don't want you to get hurt, and I don't want you to play high school football. Okay, well, then I'll try soccer. Too late. Club sports, soccer especially, it's very expensive to play. So then the best of the best athletes who might not be able to afford it, they can't play. So what do you got? A bunch of rich kids playing club soccer. Gee, that'll make us really good. High school and collegiate soccer are completely irrelevant, so you can't even get noticed playing in high school. And if you're playing college soccer, you know where you probably end up if you're lucky? You get to play for the Nor'easters, which isn't awful, but it's not helping you beat Belgium, right? You could go play Division I soccer at a very reputable school, and you might end up playing, maybe if you're lucky, in the MLS. The European teams and many of the other countries, they care about this tournament every second of every day for 4 years. And then when it gets here, when they play like we did last night, they carry that with them for 4 years. We care every 4 years for 2 weeks, and then it's over. And then we say, we're almost there. We're getting closer. And we're not. In fact, if you watched the game last night, you would say we took steps backwards. And anybody that watched them play 4 years ago would say, we're getting closer. Well, then last night should have been even closer. No, you were worse. In fact, you can make an argument that you were, of all the teams in the field of 16 that have made it to this round, you were the worst. And by a wide margin. By a wide margin, you were the worst. So there's a lot of problems with, if you really want to be good at soccer, there's your problems. Now, I don't think as a country, we are all that willing and wanting to commit to what you have to do to be good at that sport. And that's okay. Belgium has 12 million people, about, give or take, 12 million. We have about 350 million. It shouldn't be a fair fight. We should kick their ass. And instead, they mocked and laughed at us. And by the way, I don't know much about the roster of Belgium, but they had some of their more veteran players sitting on the bench with their feet up, laughing at us. laughing at us. That's pretty embarrassing. That goaltender last night was a fish out of water. That was embarrassing. And you ask, well, where does he play? Charlotte FC. Because I'm sure the Charlotte FC team is a breeding ground for world-class soccer talent. Here we are getting laughed at by Belgium, who's good. Not great, I would imagine. I assume they're going to play Spain on Friday at 3 o'clock and most likely possibly get knocked out. So every 4 years, we seem to have a conversation, and I like the conversation. I really do. Because, by the way, our poll question today, with the United States soccer team out, are you still interested in the World Cup? And right now, the voting is about 50-50, which is kind of surprising to me. It's 51% say you're not interested anymore, and 48% say, yeah, you're interested. I just watched Argentina and Egypt, and that game was great to watch. I enjoyed it thoroughly. But we're not on that level, and nor will we ever be in my lifetime. I'm going to make a prediction. The same prediction I made in 1994 and 1998 and 2002. We're not going to get to that level, ever. Ever. And I have no problem saying ever, because, as I've said often, we do not have the willingness to want to do what it takes to be at that level. And that's okay. That's okay. You know, how we got here, they added teams, which is, always watering down the product, which gives you false hope. It's like the Flyers. The Flyers won against Pittsburgh, but in reality, they were the 8th seed, and they would have got waxed in the first round by Carolina. But because of the wonky way the NHL makes their playoff brackets, it made the Flyers feel like they actually won a playoff round, and that's cool. But if they did the playoffs the way that they used to do the playoffs, the Flyers would have got swept in the first round, and we would have had a crazy different conversation about the Flyers, wouldn't we? If you got swept in the first round by Carolina, would you feel as good about the Flyers as you do because they beat Pittsburgh in the first round? Probably not. But because they have a wonky playoff system, you got to play Pittsburgh in the first round and you beat them, and now you feel better about the Flyers. But in reality, they're the 8th seed, and they got waxed by the 1 seed. It just happened to be one round later. 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973. That's the number to get involved. Let us know what you think. But, my takeaway is this. You hear the problem is that our best athletes play other sports, right? They do. They play football. They play basketball. They play baseball. They play lacrosse. They swim. They row. They race. They run. And then some of them want to be dedicated enough to do this. They want to play soccer. We've got more people playing soccer than Belgium has total population. We got more than 12 million kids playing soccer, I would imagine, across the country. But they don't charge their kids to play on the club team. The country pays for them to be great. That's why they're good. They pay for them to be good because they care. We don't. 609-403-0973. And that's where we start today's show.
There's a lot to go off of what you just said there, and I don't even know where to start exactly, but I'll kind of backtrack a little bit, because I think the point that you make about how these countries, they grow up and this is their sport, I think is one of the most important points that we forget to bring up every 4 years. I've covered MMA, as you know, Mike, for years. And one of the things that people in other countries tell me all the time, these athletes who are from, your Brazils and your Argentinas and your European countries like France and Netherlands, those all tell you, hey, soccer is still number one in these countries. And in many of those countries, it's not the sports you think are number two. It might be MMA or tennis or an individual sport. Soccer is far and away the team sport in the majority of these countries. And in many cases, the only other sport that even gets any consideration is basketball. So the United States is always going to be at a competitive disadvantage until there is a more aggressive priority put on soccer.
Well, you can say there could be a guy out there yelling right now, like, I'm trying to get kids to want to play soccer. That's the problem. It's the fourth or fifth or second or third option. It's not the first option for 99% of the kids out there.
Exactly.
They want to be most of these kids, they want to be a kid first. They play other sports. They hang out with their friends. They go on vacation. They go to the pool in the summer. They go to camp. They play baseball. They realize they're not that good at baseball. Then they try something different. It sometimes takes 2 or 3 failures at other sports until they say, you know what, I'll try soccer. Hey, I really like this. This is cool. Well, by that point, it's too late. And you might say, man, starting at 8 years old is too late. Yeah, when the other guy started at 4. And he started at 4 with all of his classmates that are all playing together at 4 years old.
And really quick, part of the reason why it's so significant is because soccer logistically is arguably the most different sport of all the team sports. Like literally, it is so extreme a sport in terms of interdependency on your teammates. This isn't like you and I talked about this before yesterday, Mike. Sports like basketball or hockey or baseball, there's a level of impact that an individual can have that cannot be done in soccer.
No, as you're watching the game and say you're, Balogun, for instance, who, is by all accounts one of the better players in the United States.
Yeah.
He can't just take the ball, put it on his foot, dribble, circles around people because he's the best player on the team.
Right.
It doesn't work that way. And that's why it's a frustrating sport for a lot of players here is they want to dominate. They want to be a star. And you can be a superstar in that sport. The problem is you got to put in the work and the dedication for years and years and years and years and years.
And even then, it might not add up to the result that you want.
Right. And listen, it's almost like being a child actor. Your childhood is gone. You don't have a normal life when you're trying to be a soccer player in these countries to this level. Right. You basically don't go to school. I mean, this comes first. And here, they're not going to let you just say, hey, no school for you. You're going to an academy at 5 years old and you'll be homeschooled. Like, that takes a parent that has tremendous amount of foresight and will to want to basically lose their child's childhood to play the sport. And it sounds so extreme, but essentially that's what all of these, like, I just was in Egypt. They ain't going to school to learn what we're going to school for. They're going to play soccer all day, every day. They start in the morning and they play soccer. Then they go to school in the afternoon. The people in Croatia, when I was in Croatia, we walked down the street. You're in an alleyway. And you know what we saw in that alleyway? Lines of 10 5-year-olds dribbling 20 yards to the other kid, leaving the ball, and then the kid would dribble 20 yards the other way, and they just went back and forth all day. And you're like, these kids are 5, and they're in an alley. Like, what are we doing here? But they want to play. That's the only thing they have. So, I don't look at it as a negative. I would say last night the team was scared out of their mind. They were sloppy. And I say scared out of their mind. That's not even fair. I just don't think they're skilled enough. They're just not skilled enough.
I think it's more than not skilled enough. Like, I think it's that they don't have the mental fortitude. Like, we just saw Argentina come back from 2-0. It's something that never happens in soccer. Those guys have a level of mental, just their resilience to say, we're going to stay in this game.
Because
we're
they
down
know
2-0.
This is a sports thing that we have problems with all over in America right now. When Belgium loses, that's it. They're done. 4 years. They got to work for the next one. And here the fans and the people, it's okay, I'll go watch baseball now.
Well, it's like in comparison, it's like an Olympic athlete. I've been told this by people who are much more knowledgeable of this stuff. The training for soccer is very similar to like what a judo practitioner does for the Olympics or what a shot put person does for the Olympics. Like you spend this extreme amount of time for this one or two opportunities that come. And then when it's done, it's over.
Yeah. And look, I know that you look at the possibility of the finality of it for these programs, these teams, these countries. It's for some of these guys, it's literally they put 4 years into this as a group that they've been together for years and years and years. They came up all together through the academies at a young age, and they've played together. One year in high school, I wrestled, right? Basically, my buddy had said to me, hey, I don't think you could last on the wrestling team. The practices are so hard. I was like, I'll take that challenge. I'll bet you. And I made the team and I wrestled and I was fine. But the problem was, like I'll say, I'm a really good athlete and I can just go out there and use my athletic ability. No, I can't. You know why? Because most of these kids who have wrestled have started since they were like 6.
Right.
And they have these little nuances that I don't know the hand placement. And I don't know if you grab my wrist, I don't know how to get out of that. And he knows if I try to get out of that, he can go to the next one.
Right.
He grabs my ankle and I don't know what to do because I don't know. I don't have the background in. I'm just going off of raw athletic ability.
Right.
And that can only get you so far when you're facing someone who's technically superior to you.
Correct.
And that is what is essentially here. These guys are technically superior with each other because they've been playing as a group of 11 guys together since they were 4 years old,
there's
and we have not.
There's a cohesion that doesn't exist with the American soccer players, and that's why a team like Argentina can come back from down 2-0, while Team USA loses 4-1 because 3 of the goals were their own fault.
That goal last night was humiliatingly bad.
You mean the goaltender one?
The goaltender one it's atrocious.
That was humiliating.
It's atrocious.
But also the other one with the header in the box and nobody's guarding the guy in the box to get the header. They're all just standing around looking like, I thought you were going to get him.
Same situation. I had played soccer 1 year as a senior in high school. I had never as much as kicked the ball before in my life. And a buddy of mine was on the soccer team, and he essentially says, I don't think you'd be able to make it. I said, all right, I'll play. And I went out there and I played. Was I any good? Not necessarily, but I was good enough just to run around. But the problem I had was I just didn't have the skill. I didn't have the technical skill to do it. I could run around and just use sheer athleticism, but I had no idea what the hell I was doing. Right? You know what I'm saying? And that's where we are. We have guys who are just so far behind technically, mentally, intuition. We don't have it. They do. Like, that's intuition, not being able to run to that spot. You saw it the other night where the guy from England, he has the intuition to clear out of the box to take his defender with him so that Bellinger's there to clean up the header.
Right.
But they all think Kane's coming in. He clears the box out. The defender goes with him. But that's having the intuition of, hey, I know my guy's behind me because he's been back there every single day for the last 4 years in practice. We don't have that, and that's okay. A lot of text on this, 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. You want to get involved on that? Something yesterday on the show, we had Kevin Kincaid on, and Kevin said a lot of interesting things. He thinks that we should really try to build the MLS and grow that and make that bigger. And it's a very interesting point about the MLS here. It's minor league baseball, right? You go to the surf game and it's cool. It's inexpensive. You can go a family of 4, probably for less than $200. The whole family can go out there. But some of the things that Kevin Kincaid told us yesterday on the show, I thought were very interesting. He said there's 2 types of soccer fans in the United States. You'll hear what he has to say about that. We'll play that audio coming up next on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. 231 Sports Bash Live. .231 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Our buddy Kevin Kincaid, who has covered the Union for years. He's kind of he follows a lot of MLS teams. He also knows the game of soccer. We had him on yesterday. I thought it was a fun conversation. We got a lot of great feedback on it. So I want to play a couple of the cuts from him. By the way, our buddy Jeff Mosher is listening, and he texted in. He makes some valid points, by the way. He says, I agree with a lot of your points. He says, you're making good points, Mike. But could it also be possible they played a bad game and you're judging the future of USA Soccer on what might have just been a bad game? It's quite plausible. That is definitely a question that is fair to ask. I would say, did they play one bad game? Yeah, maybe. He says the counter argument would be that European teams will never be as good in basketball as an American team, but we have seen an American dream team lose to European teams in the Olympics. Why can't U.S. soccer continue to progress to the point where they can pull off that kind of upset once in a while? I think they could progress to the point where they pull off that kind of upset once in a while, and it would be a magnificent upset once in a while. I don't think there will be a time in my lifetime where I see a consistency where they are a top 10 country in that sport. I'll answer the question about the basketball. In many of these countries, while basketball is not bigger than soccer, it's at least number 2 now. Whereas soccer here is still number 4, 5, 6, 7. In many of these Eastern European countries, specifically Croatia, Australia is not Eastern European, but it's a very big basketball country. You can make an argument that Australia basketball is bigger than soccer. Soccer is number 1, but basketball is, okay, I'm not good enough to play soccer. I'll go play basketball. It's the next option. Here, that option's pretty low down the list. Kevin Kincaid was on the show yesterday. He said there are 2 types of soccer fans in the United States. This is kind of interesting. Take a listen.
Okay, there's 2 different types of people in this country. The first one is a guy who will go to the pub at 7 a.m. in Philadelphia and he'll watch Arsenal play in the Premier League, right? But he doesn't necessarily give a crap about the Philadelphia Union. And then the other type of fan is the person who wants to see United States soccer get better. They want to see Major League Soccer get better. I think that divide is where we kind of have to bridge the gap a little bit because there's factions of soccer fans already in the country.
That's an interesting point. You have the guy who's the hoity-toity soccer fan that has NBC Peacock and is watching Premier League at 9:30 on Sunday morning, and he knows more about soccer, and he tells you that he knows more than about soccer. Then you have the other guy who's just kind of like, hey, my kid plays soccer. I'm getting into it with them. We're going to get tickets to go see a game, and that's cool. That's a divide in the way that the fan base demands in what they demand from their team. You know, if one of our teams loses the way that the United States soccer team lost last night, we want people fired. We want people traded. We want things to change. I didn't hear a whole heck of a lot of the coach needs to be fired, something needs to change, because I think there's a divide in the fan base in terms of the consumption of what happened last night.
Right. Like, for example, I was watching SportsCenter last night, and one of the things that John Buccigross kept bringing up is how in hockey, when we had an embarrassing loss, they basically recalibrated everything in USA hockey. And he was asking, the guys who've played soccer, these soccer experts, is that something that we can do? He brought up what you just said, do we fire the manager of the soccer team?
Well, this is like the 4th or 5th or 6th manager of my lifetime.
Well,
I actually remember guys like Arena.
Arena, yeah.
There's different guys that I can literally remember the coaches of some of these teams, and I feel like that changing the coach has not resulted in what we had hoped.
And that's what the guys were saying on SportsCenter last night. They were basically saying that, you could change the coach, but it doesn't change what the players necessarily do on the field, and how, it's hard to change every level of USA soccer.
Yeah. Once they get to USA soccer, it's too late. They need to start at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years old and dedicate their life to it if you want to be really good at that sport, because that's what the other countries are doing. And it's okay that we don't want to do that. I'm not mad at this. I'm not mad that we don't want to do that. I understand that we don't want to do that until, if somebody who's the soccer czar, right? You're in Trump's cabinet and he makes you the soccer czar. You're in charge of soccer in this country. That guy would need to say, listen, all you club teams, stop charging money. Stop charging an outrageous amount of money for kids to play on your club team. Open it up to everybody, and we're going to get the best coaches. We're going to get the USA soccer level coaches, and they're going to start coaching your kid at 5 years old. And he's going to have to get there every morning at 7 a.m., and that's his life for the next 10 years, because from 7 years old or 5 years old to about 15 or 16 is when these kids start to get to that age where they're getting looked at for the national team.
Well, like, for example, I always go back to, I've been fortunate to interview guys like Michael Bisping, right? Bisping, he is British. He comes from a country where soccer is king, right? And he said when he was younger, what did they do? They played soccer. He himself didn't get into mixed martial arts until his teen years. And that guy became a champion in the UFC. So that just goes to show you that even a guy who's successful in a completely different sport, he plays soccer at an extremely young age. And then when he realized, you know what, I'm not good enough, then he transitioned to a different sport. As you said, Mike, we have the opposite going on in our country.
Joel Embiid, by the way.
Joel Embiid.
If Joel Embiid had the choice, he'd be playing soccer in the World Cup, not
Correct.
Basketball in the NBA.
No, he just happened to get too tall to play soccer.
And then he happened to be the most valuable player of the league.
Right.
So the transition of playing soccer to basketball is a lot easier from being the kid that says, I wasn't good enough to play basketball, I'm going to go switch to play soccer.
Giannis is another example. For those who don't know Giannis' story, Giannis loved soccer. He wanted to be a soccer player, but then he got too tall. And then at 14 years old, someone saw him throwing a basketball in the gym and said, why don't you play basketball? And he said, what is that?
That's the big difference. And a lot of it starts at, listen, a lot of these youth programs, we know, listen, it's a big problem in this country. They are out to make money. They are businesses. They are not here to develop first. They are here to make money first. And that is in every sport. It's your travel basketball guy and your travel baseball guy and your travel soccer guy. They are trying to make money first and foremost.
And that is also the other problem with other countries. Jeff Mosher brought up the fact that in other countries, they elevated the sports in those countries to compete with us. Well, as you said, it's not just soccer. It's basketball. It's other sports that at a young age, there's no travel coach charging you an arm and a leg to go play in the soccer camp. It's, hey, everyone gets to come to this gym and play.
I saw a guy that's in the media who tweeted out something today. He said he spent over $5,000 last year to play on a travel soccer team. And he's like, look, I'm fortunate enough I can afford that. But you know how many kids that would help make our team better that can't afford to pay $5,000 to be on the soccer team? So what do? They go play basketball.
Yep.
Or they find another sport to go play. And maybe because baseball's equally as ridiculously expensive.
I was going to say, I think what we don't understand in this country is that we have turned the idea of developing the future athletes into an economic reality where it's like, it doesn't matter if you're athletic enough, imagine you can pay the bill.
1,000%. Hey, I want to play. It's $3,500. I don't want to play that bad. Too bad. And you got next door neighbor who maybe doesn't deserve to be on that team, but I know his dad has a check for $3,500, and all of a sudden, oh, welcome to the team, buddy. How are you? It's great to see you. You got a great swing. That's how it happens. And ultimately in soccer, it is one of those things where I have 4 or 5 other options. If you're telling me it's $5,000 to be on this team, I got to really want to play this sport, and I'm not even so sure that I want to. Kevin Kincaid explained how the local MLS teams need more support, and that might help.
If we can generate more grassroots support for the teams that play here, I think that's where we got to go. There are a lot of Manchester United fans over here. I don't give a crap about Manchester United. I give a crap about the Philadelphia Union and getting them bigger and more important and getting people to care about that, because that's how we grow the sport here. You know, I mean, it's one thing to go to the bar and watch the games and say, hey, I like it, but until our domestic teams can compete at the level that the other teams around the world can compete at,
okay, so
I think we're behind the eight ball.
I agree with. I've said for years, until the MLS becomes the league, we're not going to be able to compete, because here the NHL is better than every other league. Even though the players from overseas might be better than our players, not all the time, but some of the best players in the world are Russian or Canadian or European. They still choose to come here and play. Same with baseball. Some of the best players in baseball, they are from everywhere other than here in many instances. The best Japanese players, they're saying, I want to go there and play. We're not saying, let's go to the Japanese professional baseball league
the guy
and
who
go
goes
play.
to Japan and Korea are the guys who can't make it in the Major League
They're
Baseball.
hanging on. Exactly. And same with basketball. Jokic doesn't say, hey, I'm the best player in the world. Come play where, no, that doesn't happen.
Yeah,
they come here to play. And I think Kincaid's right. The MLS needs to up its game so that it forces us to now say, if the Union make a trade, we want to rip them for that trade if it's not a good trade. Instead, it's, who the hell cares?
Because then again, part of it is also the youth. The youth have to want to do this as well. These kids got to, even if you have the money, Mike, right? Even if you have all the money in the world to pay for them to go do all the camps and all the things, you know what? These kids are not watching the Premier League at 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern time.
Kevin Kincaid from Crossing Broad, covers soccer for them, says the United States will not grow in the sport until our stars play here.
Your best players leave, you make money for them, and then they help the national team because they go play for the best teams in the world. But at some point, we got to turn the corner and say, all right, we're trying to be that, and we got to keep our guys here. I don't know what that looks like. Does it just come to raising the salary cap, paying these guys more money, using our designated player spots to keep these guys here? But at some point, we're going to have to say, if we want the game to progress to the next level, we need to keep this guy in Philadelphia, keep this guy in LA or Seattle instead of sending him to England.
Yeah. You're Christian Pulisic, and by the way, that was a terrible performance by him. And Carly Lloyd, good for her, because you know why? It's proven that women's soccer here started before women's soccer in other countries.
Correct.
We have the head start. Now, people are starting to catch up to us because we didn't have decades of head starts. We had about a 10-year head start. But the United States women have proven that if you do dedicate first, you could be the best. They are the best. And she came right out and said it last night. I thought he played terrible.
He did.
So kudos to her for having the guts to call him out, because what he did last night was embarrassing to watch, as that's the best guy we have.
And that's what bothered me last night, Mike, is that there were two different instances where Pulisic was pushing the ball up the field. And it was like he didn't know what to do. And it's like, yes, I can sit there and blame his teammates for not filling the gap, filling the lanes to give him passing. But also, it's like when you have a young player playing basketball who they run the fast break by themselves, and then they get to the basket and they realize it's 3-on-1 and they're the one, right? Like, you got to have the mental awareness to be like, I got to run up the field at a pace that my teammates keep up with me and not get stuck and then turn the ball over.
Here is what Carly Lloyd said last night on Fox after the game. All right, that's what she said last night, and she was right about a lot of things there. I think the last 15 seconds, it was almost like she had a producer in her ear saying, you need to fluff this up a little bit. It's a feel-good story. The end of it, I think she's off base on. Nobody cares anymore. I don't know that everybody fell in love is now going to stay in love.
No, they're not.
By the way, poll question at Mike Gill Show. Vote right now. And we have about a 50-50 split. Pretty crazy. 50.9 are still interested in the World Cup. 49.1 are out.
But that 50.9 are the same people who watch the Olympics, no matter if USA is competing or not.
It's possible.
So, I mean, to me, the World Cup is like the Olympics, is it not? It's a
Yeah.
every few years thing. We watch the random figure skater or the random runner from a country that we're not familiar with. Get invested in them for about a month, and then we move on with our lives.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, coming up, it's Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag. He answers the Phillies questions at 3 o'clock today. Also, the Nuggets, Kevin Cooney with the Cooney Report tonight. We'll get his thoughts on everything happening in the region. And our Phillies fastball tonight gets us ready for the Phillies and Reds series at 5:30. More Sports Bash on the way. Do you remember 253? These are all events that happened on this day. July the 7th. Not a lot happened on July the 7th, Josh, but one big thing did happen. 30 years ago, 1996, on this day, the NWO was formed at the WCW Bash at the Beach. Hulk Hogan came out and leg dropped Randy Macho Man Savage and turned into a bad guy. That happened on this day, and Adam Kaplan's going to join us at 4 o'clock. I know he always loves to bring up this moment. The Bash at the Beach. And by the way, a lot of the guys from that NWO, Hogan, Scott Hall, no longer with us.
It's sad but true, and that moment changed sports entertainment forever.
Mean Gene, Bobby Heenan, they're all not with us either.
Not with us either.
Yeah, that really started the Monday Night Wars, and
it also changed how we viewed our superstars. It ushered in the era of the anti-hero. It ushered in the idea that, we always made fun of Charles Barkley for saying, I'm not a role model. Well, now you got all these people who look up to Hulk Hogan, and now the role model is the bad guy.
The NWO formed on this day 30 years ago. Also on this day in 2019, the United States women's national team defeated the Netherlands in the FIFA World Cup final for its 4th overall title and its 2nd in a row. We can be good at soccer in this country if we really want to. This hour of the show brought to you by the law offices of Craig A. Altman.
You into a car accident, slip and fall at work. Don't let the insurance companies take advantage of you. You need to call 856-327-8899. The law offices of Craig A. Altman want to help you with your injury issues. Get a free consultation right now at CraigAltmanLaw.com.
Hey, don't forget, Friday, we're live at Pig Dog at the Beach Bar, Maurice Pier in Wildwood. It's the annual Battle on the Beach tournament, and it's happening this weekend in Wildwood. Stop out and see the show this Friday. All right, 3 o'clock, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN this hour. Brought to you by Broadleys Plumbing, Heating, and AC. Broadleys is a trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907. Online, broadleys.net. Mike, go with you. A lot of text on the text board. First hour of the show. We'll try to hit on some throughout the hour. Frank Klose's Phillies mailbag is back as Phillies get ready to take on the Cincinnati Reds. They got a tough stretch, 9-game road trip they're currently on. And it continues in Cincinnati tonight. It's left-hander, too, by the way. Sports Pass Live 97.3 ESPN. Christopher Sanchez hit around yesterday. Let's bring Frank into the conversation, get his thoughts on everything Phillies, including your questions in this week's edition of the mailbag here on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And if you're watching the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, there is Frank Klose. He answers your mailbag questions. Frank, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you, Mike?
Doing all right, man. And tough one for the Phils yesterday. Obviously, 15-1, the final score in yesterday's game. And anytime you get beat up like that, you're kind of like, all right, crumble that one up and throw it in the trash. But a couple of interesting things there. I know there's a question from Drew in the mailbag about Christopher Sanchez, but one of the things I want to bring up to you before we get to the mailbag questions is any concerns about his splits, his home road splits. And if you had Christopher Sanchez, a guy that you're really counting on, to be your ace in the hole, if he had to go on the road to pitch a game one, would that worry you at all?
I'm not at that point yet. I mean, he's been really, 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 really good overall this season. I think the sample size is still kind of small to really worry about the home and the road because, obviously his worst start yesterday is just going to skew the numbers, right? So I don't think I'm at the point where I necessarily worry about that. I mean, he's really, really, really good. I mean, one bad game is going to really blow up those numbers, but I think overall he is fine. I mean, his 5.32 ERAs away. That's going to include those 9 runs from yesterday, so that doesn't really bother me.
Yeah, his road, I think, coming into the game was in the 3s, maybe like 3.8 or somewhere around there. But his home splits, he's like under a run a game. Those are pretty significant splits there. So you wonder, I don't know what the deal is, but if he went on the road and he wasn't the Christopher Sanchez that he is at home, 5.32 ERA on the road, 0.86 at home. So even without yesterday, there was a huge disparity.
Yeah, that's fair to say. But he's 7-1 at home and 3-3 on the road. So those are some fantastic numbers at home. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like pitching first. I mean, maybe he likes pitching first, and that gets him into the game. But so something to look at. But I still think overall that sample size is a little bit small. Only 8 starts on the road, so. Maybe we'll keep an eye on that as we go through the year.
Drew wants to know, did yesterday's game cost Christopher Sanchez his chance to start in the All-Star game?
I don't think so. I think it's fair to say if you look at the numbers and you're trying to be objective, of course, everybody wants the hometown guy to start the All-Star game when the All-Star game's at home. I understand that, but I think it's pretty fascinating that you can give up 9 runs and your ERA be 2.62 when it's all done. Like that is something completely unheard of, right? In Major League Baseball, that this deep into the season, 9 runs only gets you to 2.62. But I think the obvious choice, if you're just looking at the numbers, is Jacob Misiorowski of the Milwaukee Brewers. If you're watching all the game, just saw him face the Phillies and look pretty good a few weeks ago. So I think he's an absolute stud. I think probably he's the one most deserving. That said, the MLB rules say if you start the Sunday before the All-Star game, you are ineligible to pitch in the All-Star game. Right now, Misiorowski is supposed to pitch on Sunday. Yeah. That would knock him out of the All-Star game completely. And so, provided there's no rain out or anything like that with the Brewers, he might not even be able to pitch. So I think that works in Sanchez's favor. And when you look at the rest of the names on the list, Dave Roberts, manager of the Dodgers, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, he's one of the starters on that roster. Chase Burns, who had a really good start against the Phillies, but has been fantastic this season as well. He's on that list. Paul Skeens, who, of course, the Phillies have beat up twice this season. When you look at who Dave Roberts picked last year, because he's a perennial winner, he chose Paul Skeens. Will he choose him again? I don't know, but I think two things are possible. One, he's already made up his mind, and if the person he made up his mind was Sanchez, I think it's the start isn't going to make him worry about that. So I don't think he would change his mind, but I think it's possible too. Hey, he plays to the home crowd. I mean, maybe he could tip his cap to the Phillies that he beat in that really decisive playoff series. That might have been their toughest playoff series last year. Maybe he does go with the hometown guy. It would not shock me at all. But I think with Mizorowski out of the picture, I think Sanchez still has a really good chance at starting this All-Star game.
Now, we know Skeens was the only Pirate that got in, and that's why he's in. But Zach Wheeler deserved to be there over Logan Webb. Webb has been okay, nowhere near what Wheeler was. Were you surprised that Wheeler didn't get in? I thought Wheeler, with the story of the surgery and ending the season, he would have been a great story to start the game in Philly after what happened. I see Logan, he wasn't the only Giant. That's why I'm kind of picking on him, I guess.
Yeah, you know what happens? I think this is unfortunate. The Baseball Players Association lets their players, they have a say in this game. So if you are, pick any random Philly, if you're Garrett Stubbs, how much are you watching the games around the league, right? So you probably get an early impression of players that are in the league from what's out there kind of early. And that impression kind of sticks, So the first impression of Zach Wheeler this year is, hey, the guy's on the IL for a month, right? And so that might be just ingrained in people's heads. Maybe it doesn't make any sense, perhaps, but maybe people are thinking, hey, well, you know what? He was out for a month. He's not somebody that would be considered. But you know what? I think it happen, as happens every year. A bunch of people are going to drop out. The Sunday starters are going to come off the list. Maybe he still gets in, but yeah, I think if all things are equal, he deserves to be there. But as you said, not all things are equal. I mean, I think he's way more deserving than Paul Skeens this year. I mean, just based on those two Philly starts and the Mets start. So we had 3 starts that were poor this year. But
the Skeens one is obvious, but there's not another Pirate on the team.
Yeah.
You can make an argument that there could have been, another Pirate maybe somewhere, because there's a couple Pirates that are having good years. But Webb is the one that really stands out. Logan Webb is just not having a Logan Webb all-star season. He got off to a terrible start. He's been better recently, but to say that he's been better than Wheeler, I mean, this year he's 5-6 with a 3.66 ERA and a 1.1 WHIP. Those numbers are nowhere near what Wheeler's done.
Yeah, that's very, very fair to say. But you know what happens, though? These rosters are not just fan votes and the manager picks the rest. The influence comes from all over now, it feels like. So, I mean, heck, even the commissioner's office appointed Bryce Harper an all-star. So, you know what? I think they're squeezed a little bit more. Hey, there are more teams than there used to be, right? So, I mean, even that's even a couple players difference there. But we'll see how this plays out if the Phillies get the opportunity to put one more in because of an injury or because a Mizorowski or somebody like that is starting on Sunday.
All right, let's go to Dan's question. And Dan wants to know here, it has to do with Trey Turner. Frank, what do you do with Trey Turner for the next 7 years?
Pretty good question. Of course, one of the plays in the first inning, though not technically an error, kind of led to a lot of those runs for Christopher Sanchez. So unfortunately for Sanchez, he didn't necessarily have some help when he was having the worst game of his career, perhaps. But yeah, Phillies signed Trey Turner to an 11-year deal, and they needed the infield help after the 22 season. He seemed like he was the right one. And we're only in year 4 of that, Mike, which means there are 7 more left. I think it's fair to say something is going to change with Trey Turner. Last year he won the batting title. Of course, this year his bat has struggled. His bat's coming around, but his defense isn't really necessarily coming around either. So I think 2 possibilities exist. Position-wise, you move him to second base is the first one. Bryson Stott, he's only got 1 more year left on his deal. The Phillies find another permanent solution at shortstop and move him over to second base. I think that's one possibility. In fact, when the Dodgers traded for Trey Turner in 2021, he basically finished that year as their second baseman until the shortstop position opened up at the end of the year when Seager left and went to the Rangers. And then the other option would be to put him in the outfield. When he first came up to the major leagues, he primarily played center field for the Washington Nationals. Now, I don't know that center field is the right place for him either, per se, but I think left field would be a better option of the two. But I think at this point you want to get him out of such a high impact defensive position of shortstop for the long term. Probably a move to the outfield is how you accomplish that. There's no DH spots. I mean, the Phillies having a couple others that could play DH if they need. Of course, Kyle Schwarber can't really play the field. So I think that you get him out into left field. Maybe it takes some pressure off him. Maybe then it allows him to focus more on hitting, and he'll be just fine as their left fielder. But I think that's an off-season question. I don't think that's the type of thing the Phillies will do mid-season. It's fun to kick around right now saying, hey, well, if you can't find a right-handed bat in the outfield, do you try to add one at shortstop? I don't think that's really a likely scenario. So I think off-season reconstruction is kind of how this is going to play out.
Yeah, it seems like he did play center field in Washington years ago. I mean, he was a rookie back then. That if Edmundo Sosa could go out there and play left field, a guy who's played center field at the big league level can probably go handle himself in left field, right? I mean,
yeah, I would think so. I mean, a lot of times those middle infielders also make decent center fielders just because they're used to seeing the ball up the middle. And hey, remember, even in Phillies history, Juan Songwell, that was a big deal when he moved to center field before his trade to the Mets for Lenny Dykstra. So we had to go way back, but that's just one example of many where you've taken a middle infielder and put him into center field.
Yeah, I mean, I would think. Do you think that will happen as soon as next season? That transition happens?
I think it could. I think it depends on a lot of things. I think it depends on how Aiden Miller's back is doing. I think it depends on what happens. Yeah, well, Bryson Stott, though. Bryson Stott, do you want to move that contract before he becomes a free agent and try to get something for him if you find other options? I mean, I think the Phillies will be more open-minded about how to fill the infield holes this coming season because Alec Boehm will be a free agent. So there's going to be some shifting around. So I think I think it could happen as soon as this particular offseason, but if not, then probably pretty soon. They may want to hang in there for another year and just see what's up with Aiden Miller.
Yeah, that whole Aiden Miller thing is what do you do there, right? I mean, where are this is a lost year for him no matter what it feels like.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, if he has the ablation, which again they literally just burn some of the sensory parts of the back so you don't feel the pain. It's like a pain management kind of thing. I think they just have to wait and see how it goes and then really get a better sense of what they're working with now.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Phil wants to know, would the Phillies really be in on Skubal? I saw a report they might be. Yes, I know John Heyman opined about it the other day. Maybe not opined. Maybe he gave a report. Maybe he's hearing something. But what say you, Frank? Are the Phillies or would they really be in on Skubal? And do they have enough to get Skubal?
Yeah, his report basically said that Phillies could be a Skubal player. And basically proposes that if the Phillies faced LA in the playoffs, he would be great to have with Wheeler and Sanchez and Luzardo. Well, duh, of course. he's like one of the best pitchers in baseball. And so, yeah, of course, it'd be great to have him. But the real question is this a realistic thing? And I don't think so necessarily. I mean, I think if you look at the Phillies, like many other teams, of course, they're going to check in. I mean, if Detroit is hell-bent on moving him, yeah, they'll call and say, all right, what are you thinking? I mean, my guess is that the Tigers would want the moon in trade, even just for 2 months of Tariq Skubal. So, you look at a team like the Phillies, they've got other needs. They need a right-handed bat. They need a left-handed reliever. They need somebody to start every fifth day. Maybe not an ace like Skubal, but they need somebody to start. It feels to me like a stretch because those other items that the Phillies have on their shopping list this trade deadline are going to be very costly on their own. Now, I suppose you do pick up the phone because maybe the Tigers are just happy to unload the money, or they're willing to take the best they can get, and other teams are not offering anything. You never know, so you have to at least have those conversations. Of course, the Phillies would do it if there's a real option that's easy, but I wouldn't count on something like this happening. It's kind of fun to talk about, but just to be clear, there
are some people that don't think that that's a need for them. Would you? To me, I'd go for Skubal if I could get him. I mean, to me, that gives me 3 elite starters, and I can make the argument that if I had 3 elite starters last year, I may have won the series against the Dodgers. If you're telling me my alternative is I'm going in with the starting guys I have now, and Nola has to pitch a game somewhere along the playoffs, maybe 2 times. I don't know that I win a World Series like that.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But the Phillies have other things they have to add too,
No
and
doubt.
I just don't know how they're going to do it, Mike. I mean, yeah, of course you have the conversation. That's why I said I'm sure they'll talk. I mean, I'm sure they'll have conversations about other Tigers players too.
And
If
Frank,
the Tigers are sellers.
they need a left-handed bullpen arm almost at the top of the list now.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, this bullpen is quickly falling apart, and Jose Alvarado's disappeared. He had some success early, and then Tanner Banks is not the Tanner Banks that they had last year, and they tried Kyle Backus again. He's not it. I mean, I think
He
the
got
Phillies
sent
need
back to the minors today, by the way.
yeah, just set back and Matt. You know
Max Lazar.
the train back and forth to AAA continues to go. I mean, yeah, Max Lazar's turn, but they'll be you just can't keep cycling through the same guys over and over again. And what's happening is when the bullpen gets taxed, well, you need the fresh arm from somewhere. At this point, for now, I would say, I mean, it's a shame because he's helped them in some key spots, mid games or even as an opener. But I mean, Tim Mays is your most reliable lefty right now.
They just don't have the high leverage lefty. I mean, the guys they have, I'll tell you who's really hurt, Frank. Banks was tremendous for them last year, and he's been terrible.
Yeah, I don't really know. I mean, you know what? Year to year, relievers seem to have on years and off years.
Yeah,
I mean, it's very rare.
That. It's just that he was a guy that was very dependable a year ago, and you were thinking maybe he can move up the ladder. Instead, he's borderline unpitchable.
Yeah, I'm with you there, but I mean, unfortunately, Backus didn't show them anything. I mean, Backus was supposed to be in the mix, and by the way, the Phillies did not have to re-sign Jose Alvarado. I mean, that was an option they picked up. I mean, They didn't have to pick up the option; they could have spent that elsewhere.
I think they felt if he was back to the Alvarado that he was for them in the past with Duran and Keller and him, that they had something there. That they had 3 potential closing level pitchers.
Yeah, I'm with you there, but I tended to not think that Alvarado was much of a guarantee this year, but hey, you know what? It's not my money, and if they were just going to add depth for the sake of adding depth, fine. I mean, maybe they felt they didn't have any other options out there, but
we concur.
Yeah, that's a lot of. I mean, that's a lot of money they put out in rolling the dice, you know, and you keep rolling the dice with $10 million right fielders and and $9 million relievers. You run out of money kind of fast. So hopefully they still have some at this deadline.
All right, Frank. Well, obviously, Phils have a tough stretch here down the last 6 games are all on the road because they're hosting the All-Star game. They had to get away for a 9-game road trip. They got a lefty tonight. They got to face Chase Burns tomorrow. They have to face. Then they play. They got Skubal on the final Sunday potentially of the half. So this is a 9-game road trip, and all the work that they put in to get back into this race. These 6 games could be very interesting down this before the All-Star break. Can they not?
Yeah, no, they certainly are. I mean, it's kind of unfortunate that they're going probably bullpen game versus Chase Burns. You know, I'd like to see a little bit more competitive matchup there, but you know what? Zach Wheeler's going to go tonight. Christopher Sanchez has another start, and with 6 games, actually, Zach Wheeler will have another start beyond this, and you'll have a couple from Luzardo. I mean, it's a challenge, but I think the Phillies still can hold their own during this stretch. So, but yeah, I hate to see them kind of having to really go through this cycle of relief. And you know what's going to happen too is they're going to have the bullpen game on probably Wednesday, maybe Thursday. They haven't decided where they're going to put Jesus Luzardo just yet. But whenever this bullpen game is, probably against Chase Burns, then they're going to have to find another quote unquote fresh arm from AAA Lehigh Valley. So I don't like this cycle. I think they're going to be exhausted by the time they finally get to this All-Star break.
Well, I'll tell you what it feels like. You just said the word. It feels like this team has gotten a little tired from 9-19, playing their ass off to get to where they are. They just feel like a team that needs a break.
Yeah, and thankfully there's one coming, and hopefully for the many Phillies that are playing in this All-Star game, being at home, hopefully this is renewing to them and refreshing to them because they got to come right out of the game that they play after the break got moved up a day, so they're gonna have they'll have another one of their patented Fridays off and start that series against the Mets one day sooner than a lot of teams. So hopefully they get that rest in.
Was that because of the World Cup?
I don't remember the reason for this particular one, but the World Cup has been the reason for the last two.
Gotcha. Last one before we let you run here. Miami's 4 back of the Braves. Is this a 3-team race or a 4-team race? Because Washington's 6.5 out. Do Miami and Washington have the staying power?
No, I don't believe they do. I think this is another Marlins team with lots of young talent. I don't think they have all the pieces to round out a roster just yet. And so I think they're gonna hang around. They're gonna be competitive. But come trade deadline, that's when you start to see some separation. I don't see them making the moves that fill in some of those cracks that they're going to have, and they're going to show themselves as you go deeper and deeper into the season.
All right, Frank Klose answers your Phillies questions each and every Tuesday right here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Phil's tonight taking on the Cincinnati Reds. Frank, talk to you later, man.
Have a good one.
All right, there he is, Frank Klose, everybody on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Search 973 ESPN. Go to youtube.com and search 973 ESPN. Coming up, we'll answer your text questions on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. We got a ton of text from the first hour. We'll clear them out coming up. Also, on Sportsmanlike Moment of the Day, that's this hour. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. 3:28. Couple things. Next Tuesday here on the Sports Bash, we're going to be talking with. Right, I'm looking forward to this year. Actually, you don't even know this year, right? I'm laughing because I totally forgot about it until right now. The gentleman, his name is Steve Clayton. You know who that is? He played the character Kenny Banya on the Seinfeld show.
Okay.
He's going to be doing a Seinfeld comedy show, Ask Me Anything trivia night. And it's going to be 3 events. He'll tell you all about it. But Kenny Banya from the show Seinfeld, Steve Heitner is his name in real life. But he will be on the show next Tuesday, so we'll have a little fun with that. We're also going to be catching up with former Philadelphia radio personality Glenn Macnow is going to be doing the show. He's going to be in Ocean City with Ray Didinger and Joe Conklin. They got an event coming to Ocean City Music Pier, and he's going to tell you all about that. Plus, if you ever watch, do you ever watch his the beer show that he does?
Yep.
One of my favorite shows.
That's saying a lot coming from you.
That show I'm locked into all the time. So Glenn Macnow will be on the show to talk about his event coming up in Ocean City. We're going to be in Wildwood on Friday, so stop out and see us down there. A lot of chances for you to come out and see the show, be a part of the show. We'll be in Wildwood at Pig Dog on Friday. Never been there before. First time at Pig Dog. This is at Maurice Pier, right on the beach, right? This is literally right on the beach. It's a beach bar and barbecue spot, and they're going to be having this Battle on the Beach flag football tournament that weekend, and we're going to have the kickoff event. So Friday, the radio show will be there, and then Saturday, Sunday, they got this Battle by the Beach tournament going on. So make a appointment to be down there for that. I got to play this call. I don't know how many people heard this. So Egypt was up 2-0 on Argentina. They played earlier this afternoon. By the way, poll question. The poll question today at Mike Gill Show. With the United States soccer team out, are you still interested in the World Cup? It's about 50-50. 51% say yes, 48% say nah, they're out. I'm kind of in. I don't care who wins per se. I was kind of pulling for Egypt a little bit today because I've been to Egypt and I haven't been to Argentina. I saw the Mo Salah jerseys all over the place. So I thought that was kind of cool. They're up 2-0 in the game today. Then there was a goal that got taken away.
Yep.
It was like craziness happened in that game. If you watched the Mexico-England game and thought that game was bonkers, this game topped it. Egypt goes up 2-0. Argentina comes back 2-1. Then they tie it 2-2. Now they go to extra time. And Argentina scores a goal just before extra time runs out of time. And this is the call. If you were listening on Telemundo's feed, not the Fox feed, this is the Telemundo feed. Take a listen. They get that goal for a goal, and we get JP Delacamera. Sorry, JP. I mean, he does a nice job, but he's not that guy. Whoever that guy may be, that guy there brought it. I mean, it almost brought him to tears, that gentleman. I mean, he could not believe that Argentina tied that up. He could not believe it. That was unbelievable.
There's a lot of people saying online that Argentina's comeback is to the World Cup the equivalent of the Patriots' 28-3 comeback, which, by the way, happened on the same exact field.
Was it on the same field?
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, Jeff in Ocean City brings up a point. USA Soccer had a golden opportunity to win a major game on home soil and never showed up. The coach blasted the team after the game, and USA Soccer came up small again. The fact, yes, it's on home soil. You had this home field advantage, which didn't help Mexico the night before either. So I don't know how much of a home field advantage or what home field advantage means in that sport. You would think it means something.
Well, it usually does, because if you ever watched, Premier League soccer or Euro Cup or anything, 9 times out of 10, the home team is winning those games. So historically in soccer, having home field advantage does mean something.
Well, you had home field advantage last night, didn't win. And by the way, apparently it was stoppage time, not extra time. Is there a difference, I guess?
Yeah, but I'm not going to explain it right now. It's not important to explain. Listen, if I've learned anything in my 11 years working with you, I have learned that certain things just don't need to be explained to just keep the show moving.
Pat in Ocean City, we got humiliated. Soccer is for people not strong enough to play football, not athletic enough to play basketball, not tough enough to play hockey, not talented enough to play baseball. It's still boring as hell, and we suck at it. Well, I don't know that all of that is accurate, but I wouldn't even say it's boring as heck. It's boring if you don't understand it, and I don't understand it, but I think, by the way, I got to give Mr. 305 a little bit of props today. He actually made a point for the first time in a long time that I agree with. He says soccer is chess. It's 90 minutes of running around waiting for 2 to 3 good opportunities a game. That's not American sports. We have no patience. We want to see action. That's why baseball and other sports have changed their rules. We will never enjoy a 1-1 tie like soccer gives you. He's right. All of what he said, it's a 90-minute chess match, and you have to be patient enough to wait your turn for the other team to make a mistake. It's not so much what are you good at, it's like a pitcher. If he makes a mistake, you need to capitalize on it. Same here. You need to find the mistake in the other team's defense and pounce on it.
But to Jeff in Ocean City's point, and this is something I totally agree with, and I was saying it to you earlier, Team USA didn't pounce on a team's mistake. They gave Belgium opportunities by making their own mistakes. Not once, not twice, but 3 different times.
Yeah, but Belgium capitalized on them. If Belgium made mistakes, we wouldn't know because we didn't capitalize on them.
Well, Belgium did make mistakes. Instead of us capitalizing on them, we were looking at each other like dumbfounded.
That's the difference, is they capitalized on – now, the mistakes we made are high school level mistakes.
Exactly.
I
And
mean,
that's
the
what made
goalie
me angry.
coming out that far, and then it was like the kicker from the Giants who went to go kick the extra point and his foot hit the turf
yeah.
beforehand. I mean, that's a meme.
I mean, I don't understand. And again, I am not a soccer expert, but I played 3 years of high school soccer.
Wow.
Okay.
This is news.
So it's not news. We talked about this before. It doesn't mean I'm the savant at soccer, but to me, there were things that I saw last night that if we would have done when I played soccer, we would have been running for days. Like, just simple things. Like, Balagun is sitting there running up the sideline and no one's passing it to him. Instead, they're just, they're being trapped in the middle of the field and no one's coming to help them. It's Pulisic blitzing up the field and nobody's there with him to run down the field. And then, there's moments where Pulisic is dribbling the ball and then the guy's just staring at him like Allen Iverson's teammates back in 1998.
1998 or 2001?
Same difference.
609-403-0973. Mike, just me, but soccer is a great sport for all young kids. They get to run around and meet new friends. They asked me to coach because they had no coaches, so I coached after watching a few videos. It was a great experience for me and my daughter. Nothing take away this pursuit of the national goal. Yeah, well, that's what ends up happening. A guy like him gets asked to coach the team, and he's coaching and really has no background in playing. He says, yeah, I'll do it because I want my daughter to have a place to play. And then you end up having a team full of people who are getting coached by somebody, no offense, who has no business teaching kids skills. Now, it's nice that you're out there putting your time in. My buddy coaches a soccer team. He doesn't play any soccer. He doesn't know anything about it. But they asked him to coach, and he was like, well, if you don't have anybody else, I'll do it. And therefore, that's the coach of the team.
Again, it goes back to the point that you made the first hour, Mike. There's no investment from Team USA at the lowest levels to make soccer attainable, affordable, and development worthy.
Like, have you seen the documentary Dream Factory? The sacrifices these kids make to play soccer is insane. Soccer is embedded in these countries' cultures. No, I never heard of that documentary. I've never seen it, don't know anything about it. But I can only imagine, because I've been to those countries and I see the way that those kids and what age they're outside and what time in the morning they're out there kicking that damn ball around.
Listen, it's like it's why I said I made the analogy to an Olympic sport. In Olympic sport, the best people, the ones who win medals in the Olympics, they're the ones who are at a very, very young age and their entire life is dedicated to that sport.
Yeah, and see, Olympic sports in the past, it's very difficult because those are sports that are generally not sports you're going to profit off of in the end. You're doing it because you love it. Soccer used to be that you're not going to make a lot of money. Now you can make some money.
Oh, you can make
soccer.
money.
Right. Well, you got some of these soccer players make more money than the professional athletes here.
Oh, it's not just the soccer players. If you've watched the show Welcome to Wrexham, which I'm a big fan of, the show documents how the teams, like the organizations, how much money they eventually make if they get to the levels of the champions in Premier League, and the amount of money thrown around by investors and by advertisers. It's nuts.
609-403-0973. John in Buena says, Mike, you make great points. Part of the issue is the kids in the States have many more sports to choose from. The European kids do not have the same choices as the kids in the States. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why,
it's a big part.
Soccer's number one over there. Over here, it's probably at best number 4.
At best, yeah. I mean, I go back to the.
You can make an argument, by the way, that more kids here play soccer than hockey.
Yes, more kids play soccer than hockey.
It's just that.
I mean, what would you say the
difference is?
Without
hockey is an attainable. It's a reachable possibility because there's a league here that is a legitimate way to make money. Soccer, if you're a kid and you're watching the best players playing in another country, so that means at an early age, you have to say, I want to go live in Belgium or Croatia or England or Italy. That's where I have to go move if I want to be a professional. Now, I could play in the MLS, and that's why Kevin Kincaid brought up the point. We as soccer fans, if you're a soccer fan, it is incumbent on you to not be the guy that wakes up and go watches the Premier League at 9:30 in the morning, but instead supports and follows the MLS team so that the kid at 6 years old says, I want to go play for my MLS team. That's where I want to go. And that's just not going to happen.
Right. Kids are not growing up saying, I want to play for the Philadelphia Union. They're growing up saying, I want to play for the Eagles, Sixers, and Flyers.
Kincaid brought up the point yesterday, too, that the Union haven't done themselves any favor by playing in Chester.
Yeah, I don't
like if you are a European star,
mm-hmm.
Messi, for instance.
Right.
Even Ronaldo. Let's say Ronaldo, he's probably done playing top-level soccer.
Yeah, he's 40, 41 years old.
But he still wants to keep playing. You don't think there's an MLS team that would take him?
Of course there would.
Is he going to choose to play in Chester, Pennsylvania?
Or Los Angeles.
Or L.A. or Miami?
Right.
So he's talking about the fact that the stadium is in Chester has not done that team any favors.
Right. And I don't know how fixable is that? You know what I mean?
Not fixable. It's a great stadium, by the way. You ever been there?
I had not.
Great stadium, cool little atmosphere. They have the whole Union Park built around it where there's like a bunch of gutted out containers that are like bars, picnic tables.
Did you say there's like a couple breweries? Like
there's a brewery
site?
around the corner. But it's a nice atmosphere before a game. There's bands and you can play cornhole and it's all right on this little campus. But it's small. I mean, it's, like I said, it's very minor league baseball feel to it. It's a cool little tiny stadium. It's underneath the bridge, so it's like a cool feel. But, it's like, it's almost like the South Philly stadium area where it's kind of like out in like a weird area. And all it's under there is this stadium, and that's it.
if I can ask a question, and this is might not have a good answer for this, but like, where could you put a stadium that you think would be more appealing?
Well, I mean, if you just put another stadium like where they talk about all the time down on the Jethro lots, or I mean, that whole South Philly stadium area is just filled with empty parking lots and empty something. You could probably fit a 25 to 35,000 seat soccer stadium down in that area, I would
Right.
imagine, right?
Sure. I'm just trying to figure out like what the solution would be for Kincaid's
That stadium
conundrum.
is new enough and nice enough, though, that I doubt that they want to move it, and I don't know that they have the backing to do it. I
They
think
probably don't have the backing. Yeah.
I think they have their thing. They have a good following. I mean, they do draw pretty well.
Right.
I mean, the game I went to had a very good crowd.
But again, to your point, and Kincaid brought this up as well. There's not a superstar coming to the Philadelphia Union. Kincaid brought up the point that he went out with his kids at Hershey Park yesterday. He said, everyone's got Messi jerseys. Who's the superstar that you're bringing your kid to, the Philadelphia Union game, being like, the kids be like, I want that guy.
Well, one of the problems is, too, they went to the finals a couple of years ago in 2022. They were in the MLS finals. And unless you are a major, major Union fan, I don't know that you really cared all that much.
But again, it goes back to stars draw people. Saying dream team, right? Jeff Mosher was talking to us earlier on text about, basketball. When Team USA won the gold medal, that team was stacked with mega. People are drawn to stars. People want to see stars play. That's what inspires the next generation. It's, hey, I want to be like that guy. And unless you have that guy for the United States soccer, it's hard to convince guys to grow up and want to be that guy.
Yeah, because the guys who would be thought of to be the stars for us, they play overseas.
Right. And they're not playing at a time that little Jimmy, who's 8 years old, can watch.
Poll question will update, put it up to date for you right now. With USA Soccer now out, are you still interested in the World Cup? 51% say yes, 48% say nah. So I'm a little surprised. I'm happily surprised, by the way, that people are saying, yeah, they're still interested. But that would go off of what Kincaid told us yesterday, that you got your guys that wake up and go watch a Premier League game at 9:30 in the morning, but they don't really care about their local MLS team. More Sports Bash on the way. It is today's Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, and it is coming up next.
had an emotional and psychological lapse, I guess is the best way to characterize it. They went through this space over the last 4 or 5 days with the Flo Balogun saga and not knowing whether or not he'd be available to play. Once they went through that process and realized he was going to be on the pitch, I think the group as a whole relaxed. And you saw early on that Belgium had that chip on their shoulder as a result of something that doesn't typically happen. And so I think one team collectively had a sigh of relief while the other team took it personal.
Chris Candy said that this morning on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day on the Sports Bash Live. And he said, listen, with the whole Balogun and that whole nonsense and making the calls and getting him reinstated, that just caused unnecessary pressure for the team that they really didn't need. Balogun didn't make any impact whatsoever, and all it did was make Belgium laugh at you even more. So you went out of your way to look like a bunch of idiots and basically still got your ass kicked. So it made it even more embarrassing in the end.
I love what Kenny said because he's not just talking about it from you and me watching. Like, he's a guy who played at the highest levels. He's telling you, hey, man, I know what it looks like when guys' heads are not in the game. And I'm telling you, I've seen this before. I think it's a huge indictment by Canty on Team USA to be in front of their home fans and basically just for 80 of 90 minutes, just completely embarrass themselves.
Don't forget on Sportsmanlike weekday morning, 6 to 10 right here on 97.3 ESPN. By the way, Phillies lineup dropped. It's brought to you by Chachi's 13th floor at Rafici's, coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. Right now, text your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973. And if the Phillies scored exactly 13 runs, you'll win a gift card, $100 to Villa Rafici's if they score exactly 13 runs. If they do not, you are still entered for a $25 gift card to Chachi's 13th floor, coming soon to the White Horse Pike in Absecon. Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Bohm, Sosa is in left field tonight. Realmuto's catching. Stott is at second. Hill is playing right field. And Crawford is in center field. That means Crawford's starting against a lefty tonight. They got Hill over there for Rincones in right field. Zach Wheeler gets to start tonight. By the way, Zach Wheeler, 13 starts this year. He's 8-1 with a 0.94 whip. Opponents are hitting 193 against him, both top 5 in the majors. And he didn't make the All-Star game over Logan Webb? Ooh, baby. I'm sure Wheeler's going to get on, though. I have a feeling somehow he'll find a way to get on that team. And by the way, he might not only get on, he might start the game if he actually gets announced. Although he might be scheduled to pitch that last Sunday as of right now. All right, coming up next hour, don't forget, text your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, which you can get on all podcasting platforms. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. With huge screens, great drinks, and all the sportsbook action you want, it's the perfect place to catch every play and celebrate every win. You can watch the World Cup as it continues without the United States. I think a lot of people still watching our poll question. You can vote at Mike Gill Show. And right now, 51% said yes, they are still invested in the World Cup. 48% said nah, they are bailing. Well, football might not be popular as football is here. And we talk football every day at 4 o'clock. And today, to talk football with us, it's Adam Caplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. Adam, what's up, man?
Yeah, Mike, the Eagles report, Mike, on the 28th, which is a Sunday. The first practice is the 29th. So, yeah, we're getting a little bit closer.
We are getting there. It feels like we're getting there.
Yeah.
Each and every day we are getting closer and closer. And let's get into some of the divisional thoughts here. You know, this team won back-to-back NFC East championships, Adam, and that had not happened in 20 years. So what are the chances they can make it a three-peat?
Yeah, it hadn't happened since 2004 when the Eagles were in the midst of winning 3 divisional championships, the NFC East in a row. So, last week, Mike, we did the Eagles player props. This week, on today's show, we'll do the NFC East, just the Eagles. And the win totals, we're going to go through all of them. They have some interesting props. Then on Friday's show, we'll do the Commandos, the Giants, and the Cowboys. So, let's get that started.
Yeah, so if you look at the Eagles right now, to win this for the third straight season, what are their odds right now to win the NFC East? Are they a heavy and clear favorite?
They are a favorite, but they're not a heavy favorite. They're plus 125. So they've got the shortest odds to win the NFC East at plus 125. Look, if you think the Eagles are going to win, you obviously want to do it now. Because there is definitely some hype. I could tell you, there's definitely some hype around the Cowboys. It's usually misguided, unfounded, but I could tell you because I talk to people who actually work in the NFL who are looking at pro tape, and they definitely respect what Dallas has done this offseason. Christian Parker coming in, a Vic Fangio disciple, to run their defense. They're going to change that up, and we'll get more into Dallas on Friday. But Dallas usually implodes, as our friend Jason Avant would say, Cowboys are always going to cowboy. They usually do. And that's why the Eagles are the favorite here.
They are the favorite to win the NFC East. It's a slight favorite, too, plus 125. Mm-hmm. So you can make a little bit of money there. What about just to simply make the playoffs?
We usually don't talk about this one, but I found this interesting. So, look, if the Eagles don't win the division, you got to think they're going to be a wild card. We'll as we get closer to training camp, we'll look at the rest of the divisions. But to make the playoffs, yes, minus 175. If you think the Eagles won't make the playoffs, not only will they not win the division, but they want to be a wild card, well, you're getting, for every 100 you get 145 plus your bet back. I mean, so obviously the money's clearly on the Eagles to make the playoffs. I never say a lot because they could have an injury. You really never know for sure. Just when you think you know, then something else happens. But obviously the heavy money's on them getting a playoff spot.
So if you're a hater out there and you're one of those people in the listening audience who just can't stand the home team, you want to make a little money, it's plus 145 that they will not make the playoffs, right? So put your money where your mouth is, hater.
So a friend of mine, this guy Keith, who I play tennis, he's one of my tennis partners. He grew up. I'm going to say he must have. I don't think he grew up. He didn't grow up in Philly. It might be like Lancaster or Reading. He didn't have quite the Philly accent. He's a Cowboys fan, and I go, dude, how's that even? What is wrong with you? He goes, because everyone was on the Eagles bandwagon. He wanted to be different. I'm like, well, can't you pick like a team nobody liked?
Yeah, right.
Like growing up, like the Seahawks.
He wanted to be different, so he picked the Cowboys like everybody else did, right?
I'll have to tell him that we're talking about him. I'll have to text him. We haven't talked in a while, so he'll like that. But look, the Cowboys are the hype team now. There's no doubt about it.
All right, let's look at win totals here. Let's see where we can make a couple bucks. If you have in your heart of hearts how many wins you think the Eagles will get out there listening, here's a chance for you to make a couple dollars.
All right, so Mike, we usually don't go this deep, but since we have a couple minutes here, I want to go a little bit deeper in the win totals. So if you think the Eagles are an absolute lock to have a good year, well, at least it'd be over 500. The over-under total for 8.5 wins. This is what I hate about these. They won't do even number. Like it has to be, or it won't sit on a number. So basically, it won't be 8 wins or 9 wins or 10 wins or 11 wins. It's got to be 8.5 wins. So the over 8.5 wins is minus 235. So obviously, you're going to pay a big number to take the over. Now the under is plus 195. Look, if you think the Eagles going to tank it, if you're an Eagles hater, as you mentioned, Mike, and you want to take the under, it's for every $100 you get your bet back, and you would get $195 if you really think they're going to stink.
So plus 195 if you think they're going to go under 8.5.
No way, Mike. There's no way.
I don't think that happens.
8 wins or less? No way.
So what's the sweet spot for you? What do we got over 8.5?
All right, so 9.5 wins is over. The over is 145 plus 120. And now it gets interesting, Mike. It is interesting. Listen to this one. The 10.5 wins, right? I think I look at the Eagles being 11-6 team, right? Out of a 17-game schedule. That's where I think you mentioned the sweet spot. I like the over plus 120, Mike. The over is plus 120, 10.5. So 11 wins or more, it's plus 120. The under, wow. They really think the Eagles will not get 11 wins. Under is minus 145, Mike. That's my sweet spot. I like the over 10.5.
So if you want to go into the 11-12 win range, there's some money to be made?
There is. So for every 100 you bet, you get your bet back if you win. If the Eagles get 11 wins or more, and you get 120. So, yeah, I like that one. Now, the next one's a little bit harder. Look, if you think the Eagles are going to kick butt, 12 wins or more, right? The over is plus 200. Boy, it's a look. If you think the Eagles are going to kick butt, you take that. The under, Vegas does not see at all the Eagles being over 11 wins. So the under is minus 250. So obviously they just don't think. Nobody, by the way, no one thinks the Eagles are going to be the money right now. Mike is clearly it's heading obviously towards under. Nobody really thinks the Eagles are going to be a 12 wins or more team. I could understand that.
12.5, by the way, plus 350, minus 450 for under 12.5. So if you want to get them right at 11, if that's your number, plus 350 to go over to get to 13 wins. Yesterday, Moshe and I were talking about this because ESPN.com ranked all the starting rosters in the league.
That. Yeah.
Rams were number 1. Eagles were number 2. So what are the chances that they would have the most regular season wins out of everybody?
Well, here's the number. Another one we have not talked about before. I wanted to add this. To have the NFL's most regular season wins only, right? Again, regular season, not playoffs at all. They're plus 1,200. So we'll talk more. In fact, Jeff and I did. We have a brand new series starting on Inside the Birds, which we dropped yesterday and today, where we talk about, and we're going to do also Wednesday and Thursday the other way. What players or coaches were optimistic about on offense and defense, and what players were pessimistic or concerned about on defense, and that includes coaches. And look, the Eagles have a good roster. There's no doubt. But wow, to have the second greatest roster in the NFL, that's strong. And by the way, most regular season wins plus 1,200.
Plus 1,200 if you think they can win. I guess you got to probably get to 13 or 14 wins to take home that crown, right?
Probably going to have to be 13 to at least 12. I would say 13. Yeah, Mike, they're going to have to be at least 13-4. You know, they've been 14-3 before. It's possible, but we need to take a look at the AFC at some point before training camp.
Well, that's the one you can. That's the one maybe you throw $10 on at the beginning of the year, and just if they end up getting 12 or 13 wins, and that pops, there you go. You got yourself a nice little hit there.
It's a big hit, no question about it.
All right, so we just talked about the Rams. What are the chances? What's the odds for number 1 seed in the NFC?
Yeah, that in the NFC it's plus 850. They're right up there. The Rams are number 1. Eagles are they're in the top 5, Mike. They're in the top 5, but they're plus 850. Boy, the Rams with the Myles Garrett trade. Holy smokes! Stafford's coming back. He lost. He's not progressive, man. He's close to 40 years old. It's really remarkable. They don't really have a third receiver, but they have so many tight ends. Sean McVay's unbelievable, Mike. Nobody for about 5 years ran more 11 personnel 3 receiver sets. All of a sudden, he went crazy with 3 tight ends. He just completely changed it. No one saw that coming. They're absolutely loaded. I get it. My money would be on the Rams to be the number 1 seed.
That's plus 850 for the number 1 seed in the NFC. Remember, the Eagles do play the Rams in week number 4. So if you're somebody who wants to bet that, you might want to see what happens in that week 4 game and then maybe put the wager on, although if the number would really shift, I would imagine, whoever wins that game. What about to win the NFC and represent the NFC in the Super Bowl?
Yeah, so to be one of the 2 teams in the Super Bowl and win the NFC championship game, plus 1,000. And one of the things, though, Mike, I do want to mention, Sirianni, over his first 5 years, has got one of the best records on the road in NFL history. It's really amazing. Something like we rarely talk about it. How good the Eagles have been with Sirianni on the road. It's kind of underrated how good they've been. And obviously he's been, despite a lot of people not thinking he's a good head coach, never had a losing record, playoffs every year, and 2 Super Bowl appearances, one ring. It's pretty darn good.
By the way, Sirianni has the record, I think, for most places seen down the Jersey Shore. He takes a picture.
Where has he been? I haven't noticed. Where's he been?
He takes a picture with everybody. I was at Manco and Manco.
Wow.
He was at this place called Route 9 something or another during Memorial Day weekend. He was at he was shooting hoops in the Avalon Rec Center the other day.
Too. He plays tennis.
He was in Margate at Tide Lines this weekend. I'm just getting started. I mean, I've seen him like in like 10 different spots. Cole Hamels has been out and about a lot down there too.
You know what's interesting, Mike? Joel Embiid, I doubt he's a father now. I don't think he does it. So years ago, probably first 4 or 5 years of his career, I would see him out all the time.
Walking around Philly?
You could miss him. Yeah, in Philly bars, right? Not New Jersey, not
because there was a famous picture of him. This was a couple of years ago.
Okay,
he was just randomly walking down the street in Margate, like.
Oh, Embiid was right.
Yeah.
Okay,
just like
funny.
Just walking down the street. Like Margate's a very residential area. There's Joel just walking down the street in his flip flops.
How about that?
Yeah.
How about that?
All right. Let's go to. What are the odds right now to win the Super Bowl for this Philadelphia Eagles team?
Yeah, not only do you have to get there, you actually have to win it. Plus 1,800. It's not as long as I thought they would be. I'll say this. The Eagles get the respect from the league. We talked about that when the schedule came out, how many primetime games they have. The league tells you what they think of you by how many primetime games you get. The teams that only get one, the league's telling you they don't think you're going to be very good. Hey, by the way, they're not always right. Like the league and everyone else missed out on the Commandos 2 years ago. Then the Commandos fell off last season. But the Eagles to win the Super Bowl are plus 1,800.
Plus 1,800 right now. So if you have a strong feeling that you think the Eagles are good enough to win the Super Bowl, plus 1,800 is probably the best number you're going to get in a long, long time. Because if they come out of the gates, they win a couple games, that number starts to drop. Yep. So if you want to get on it now, probably want to hit that plus 1,800 to win the Super Bowl. All right, the Inside the Birds podcast drops on all podcasting platforms, and Football at 4 continues, and we are counting down to Eagles training camp. They report on the 28th. First practice is on the 29th. Adam Caplan is back on Friday's show. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
All right, Adam Caplan, everybody, giving you the odds here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN as we take a look at a couple of different of the odds. Let's quickly recap them. To win the NFC East, plus 125. Not great odds, I mean, in terms of winning money, but plus 125 says they think the Eagles will win the NFC East, but and you can win some money on that. So that's solid. To make the playoffs, minus 175. They think the Eagles are going to make the playoffs no matter what, essentially, is what that says.
Which is fair, because if all things are equal, then the Eagles have the talent to make the playoffs. We all know that.
I think we'd be more shocked, by the way, if you say you don't think they're going to make the playoffs, plus 145.
Correct.
Win total, over under 8.5, minus 235.
I mean, to me, I'm with Adam. It's definitely got to be over.
9.5, minus 145.
I think they're getting at least 10 wins.
10.5 would be plus 120. So The money to be made is if you think they can win 11 games.
Right. If you think they win 11 games, I think the 10 versus 11 really just depends how you feel about the schedule, how much you believe in the offense, or not believe in the offense. For example, if you're a Jalen Hurts hater, you probably go with the under for a lot of this stuff. If you're someone who believes what the Eagles have built or rebuilt, shall we call it, then you're probably going to go with the 10 or 11.
11.5 plus 200 and 12.5 plus 350. Like none of those values are strong enough for me to throw money out the window on.
Okay, so none of those numbers are getting you.
Well, you got to get to
juice.
13 wins, and that's only plus 350. I mean, you got to put, like, if you're somebody who just says, hey, look, I just want to throw $5 or $10 down, plus 350, that's not enough to wet my beak.
Okay.
To wait all season long for that return for $5 at plus 350.
Listen, that's fair. I mean,
you're waiting 17 weeks to see if they get 13 wins.
Hey man, there's a lot of people who will do those bets, so I'm not counting them out. Maybe not for you, it doesn't work, but maybe for somebody else it does.
Well, in the end, if you told me you were going to throw 100 down to get 13 wins is a lot. Whether you think they're really, really good or not, 13 wins is a lot. All right. To have the most regular season wins, plus 1,200. Now, that's a number I can say, all right, I'll throw $10 down on that. And at the end of the season, I get $120. That's fine.
And that's an interesting one because it's not saying how many literal wins you have to win. It just says you have to have the most wins. You could have the most wins and have 12 wins for all we know.
Exactly. And I think they'd be in play for that. I just don't know that, that one's one, though, I can say I would throw $5 or $10 down and say that's worth it for me.
That's where the juice is worth the squeeze for you.
Plus 1,200 would say, yeah, that one. Like if I just want to do something low key to win the NFC Championship is actually plus 1,000. What do you think they have a better shot at? Most regular season wins or to win the NFC Championship?
Wow. I would probably lean toward most regular season wins.
Plus 1,800, by the way, to win the Super Bowl.
My only caveat right now is because for as much as I believe in this team, I'm still not 100% convinced who they will be because we haven't seen them yet. And the unknown is a little scary when it comes to wagering your own money.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We've had a lot of good conversation, a lot of good soccer conversation today on the text board, 609-403-0973. Mike, I saw Embiid walking by the Margate Library with his wife and kid. I think they were looking at a house for the summer. Yeah, I do remember that a couple of years ago. He was just walking down the street in Margate, which I think right now where I saw the picture of Embiid walking, I think it's where Jersey Cow is now.
Really?
I think it was right in there because there used to be a gas station there.
Well, maybe Joel B should go back down to Margate, go to Jersey Cow.
Maybe, I don't know if he ended up buying a house down there or not. But where have you seen any of the Philadelphia sports athletes hanging out down the I feel like Cole Hamels has been everywhere. Ryan Howard was seen. Apparently, he's out in Wildwood a lot. I've never seen anybody show any pictures or anything of Howard, but he was down in Wildwood the other day. Apparently he's down there often from some people's reactions.
Yeah, I've heard that Howard is
down there.
That he goes to Wildwood often. I've also heard stories of people who are afraid to go bother him and say hi to him because he's in the middle of eating.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be the guy that went up and said anything to him. If he's just there, hey, he's there, let him enjoy himself. But it is kind of interesting when you're hey, Ryan Howard's over there at wherever.
Yeah. I have heard, Jason Kelce has been everywhere.
Jason Kelce's probably at the point now where people don't even say, hey, look, there's, because he's just probably so regularly around.
Yes, pretty much.
It's now become regular that you actually see him places. He can almost go to Wawa now and be like, yeah, I'm at Wawa and see. Probably not.
Pretty much everyone has seen Jason Kelce in South Jersey in person, but me.
I've never actually seen him.
Okay, well, you and me. No. It's you, me, and Dupree.
I don't think I've seen any Philadelphia sports figure ever anywhere. I've never like been in the same place where I'm like, oh, there's so-and-so at wherever I'm at. Never once. Now I see these pictures all the time.
Right.
Of, it just seems like it's
well, they're also usually, and this is kind of where having our job is kind of funny, where I always see these people out and about at times when like you and I are working. So it's like they're doing stuff like in the middle of the day.
Yeah, they're
which is
summertime.
when we're actually like doing our job here on 97.3
I know
ESPN.
Stephon Marbury was in Margate the other day playing basketball for something. I don't know what it was for, but I did see him take a picture in front of the Margate Water Tower the other day.
Yeah.
I know Brunson, he's been seen a lot recently out and about there.
Brunson just had surgery. Did you see that?
No, but I saw that he was at the soccer game. Was it Sunday night? Did they play in Jersey?
In Philadelphia, was it? Or no, the
No, he was
MetLife.
at the Meadowlands.
Well, not MetLife Stadium. Sorry, New York Stadium.
Yeah.
My bad. New York Stadium. Can't say the sponsor name.
They did take all the signage down. It's now
did.
Lincoln Financial Field again. 421 Sports Bash Live, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board. And our Football at Ford brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook. Big screens, big bets, game day hits different at Ocean. To learn more, visit theoceanac.com. Don't forget to check out all the live entertainment. Matt Rife, July 24th and July 25th. Coming up, Nuggets is on the way. Kevin Cooney's Cooney Report for this week at 5 o'clock and our Phillies Fastball segment at 5:30. So stick around. We got so much more to go here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video. Watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. All right, 428 Sports Bash Live. Don't forget, we are live at Pig Dog in Wildwood on Friday. Stop out and see the show live, 2 to 6 at Maurice Pier. Pig Dog on the beach in Wildwood. The whole crew will be out there. We'll be hanging out from 2 to 6. Stop out and see us, the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Time now for Nick's Nuggets. And our Nuggets today on the Sports Bash, they are brought to you by our good friends over at the Branches Outreach. And I want to tell you about Branches Outreach. Every day, the Branches Outreach is on the move. They're recovering fresh food from local grocery stores before it goes to waste. They bring meals and essential supplies to communities all across Cape May County. Last year alone, they served nearly 14,000 warm meals, provided more than 6,400 pantry distributions, and they help more than 15,000 family members put food on their table. Whether you are a lifelong Cape May County resident or you're visiting Cape May County this summer, you can help the mission. Visit thebranchesoutreach.org and support the Road Ahead campaign today. Help keep the branches moving. Nick Earnshaw is the producer of the Locker Room Weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, he has today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. What's up, Nuggets?
What's going on, Mr. Mike Gill? Another Tuesday, another day where U.S. soccer is out of the World Cup. You know, it's like a ritual every 4 years. They get knocked out by like the round of 16. As soon as they get outside the group play, they're done. They're done. It's over. And I saw your poll question that you put up earlier today. And, it got me thinking, I want to do a little deep dive into, are people really actually excited about this? And is the World Cup coming here changing much? So you put out the poll question saying, with USA soccer out, are you still interested in the World Cup? Right now, 51% say yes, and 49% say nah, they are not interested. So I saw it's been going back and forth throughout the day. I will tell you, I am part of the 49% at this point. I don't care. Yeah, I'm
Didn't watch today at all?
No. I saw the highlights on social media. Yeah, okay, great.
That was a great game.
It was,
that
great.
Game was great.
Yeah, it's awesome. I don't care. I'm sorry. I
don't care who wins the tournament, but I'm still like, some of the games are, they're good.
Yeah, they're talented. Listen, I got no problem with soccer. It's a good sport. Not my cup of tea. And I have some data to prove that. According to Ipsos Sports, it was polling data shared by the Associated Press.
Poll run by iShowSpeed?
No, it's called Ipsos. It's a polling on sports. They do all types of stuff, right? So, according to them, only about 2 in 10 Americans consider themselves fans of international or U.S. soccer, far behind the share who root for professional football, basketball, or baseball. And roughly 1/3 of U.S. adults say they've heard or read a lot about the World Cup, though most have heard at least a little. So there you go. That is part of the poll. And this is via the Associated Press. So with that being said, roughly 2 in 10 U.S. adults say they are extremely or very excited about the rest of the World Cup. Now, this was polling that was done in June. So there you go.
Well,
that is the latest poll.
I don't care who wins it, but I don't I'm enjoying having the games on at night and all day. Like, we had Egypt and Argentina on in the studio here, watch the game. Like, I'm enjoying having live games on. I don't care who really wins. So I don't know. What does excited about it mean?
I guess it's up for your interpretation. Are you excited about the games, the sport itself? I think they're really trying to just focus on the sport of soccer with the World Cup.
I'm okay. Like this is like the Olympics to me. Every 4 years, and I'm not even that much into the Olympics either. I'm not into the World Baseball Classic. I care more about this than I do the World Baseball Classic.
Oh, come on. I would rather watch the World Baseball Classic, but that's because I'm a baseball fan. I would rather watch
but I think I'm a baseball fan too, but that is that's nobody cares. This is something that everybody cares about.
I just told you, 2 in 10 Americans. Not a lot of Americans care. They don't. It's the numbers are right there. They don't care. They just don't care. Internationally, yes, people care. It's the biggest sport in the world. In America, not the biggest sport in the world. It's just still not catching on. Now, interest in the sport, I believe it's going up like 11%. And the numbers like of people watching it in America have gone up over the past like 10, 15 years. It's around like 11%, which is it's gotten better, but it's still not there. It's not touching the NFL. It's not touching Major League Baseball. It's not touching basketball in the United States. Even after last night, I mean, you lost probably a lot of people are like, I'm out after the U.S. lost.
It's possible, but listen, I feel like the World Cup is like the Olympics, where you're going to the numbers. I would imagine the viewership is probably astronomical for like the game last night. I don't know what the ratings were, but I'm sure it's probably huge.
I watched.
I'm sure a lot of these games are probably pretty big. We're watching. My girlfriend's watched. She watched at work today. She's texting me, "Go!" I mean, it's an easy thing to get into for 3 weeks when there's nothing else going on in the middle of the summer. It's timed perfectly. But after that, I don't know what else there is. I mean, I feel like the World Baseball Classic is also benefits from being at a time where there's not much going on. I mean, you do get March Madness, I guess, a little bit in there. But I would much like I don't care at all who wins the World Baseball Classic. I mean, you couldn't get me to care at all about who wins that thing.
Listen, I watched the U.S. games. I watched a couple of the other games throughout the tournament. I try my best. It's cool. It's fun. When you're watching with people, it's more fun. Like when you're out like at a party, a watch party, that I could do. Sitting there by myself just watching, like I could watch the Phillies. No, can't do it. I'm out on that. Sorry, I'm done.
I guess it's because there are far more competitive soccer nations than baseball. I mean, there's like 4 countries that can play baseball. It's a joke that they have a tournament with Israel, Italy. Like, seriously, they don't even know what a baseball is. And you're like, hey, we have a team. Let's get Aaron Nola. It's a joke that they have a tournament with those countries. Croatia has a baseball team in the World Baseball Classic, and
all
you're
right,
telling me I'm supposed to
you're
care
driving
about
off
that?
the cliff. No. You're going down the World Baseball. It's not about World Baseball Classic. This is soccer. This is World
I know.
Cup.
That's my
So
point, is that there are more teams in soccer that are there are more teams that are legitimate soccer countries
than
there
don't
are in
disagree.
baseball. Yeah.
I am just giving you the numbers. That was a poll conducted in June during all this happening with the World Cup being here, etc. That Americans still are not interested as much.
Listen, you're not. I'm a little surprised it's only 2 in 10, but not. I mean, that's still 20% of the people, which in the grand scheme of things, that's a lot of people in this country.
Yeah, but it was far behind like football, baseball. You know what I mean? Like it's still behind. So if you're in your poll that you put out, that you put out, are you you're still interested or not?
I'm not interested, or do I care who wins, but I'm watching.
What kind of answer is that? What kind of answer is that? You didn't answer. You're deflecting. You're Mr. Deflector today. No. Yes or no? It was your poll. It was your poll. I'm out. I'm part of the 49%. Out.
Oh yeah. So I'm still watching. Yes. I'm not I'm not saying because USA is. I actually prefer not watching USA because we stink. I like watching these other games because they're actually entertaining because they know what the hell they're doing. Our team looks like Wildwood Catholic.
It was bad. Last night was bad. That set me back. I might not watch in 4 years. It might take me 8 years to watch soccer again and watch the World Cup. It might
make a strong argument that Ocean City High is better than the team we watched last night.
You might not be wrong. I don't know what the goalie was doing. That guy coming out and then he just totally tripped and just folded and then let him just score. I mean, what the heck happened there?
Right, like today, Egypt against Argentina. I saw that game was fantastic. So yes, I am more into watching those games than a United States game.
See, that's the thing. as great as that game may have been, great. I watched the highlights. I saw some clips. Oh, must have been a good soccer match, Must have been good. I don't care. I don't care.
That's the way I feel about the World Baseball Classic. It's
I'm
watching.
Why, the World Baseball Classic is a lot of fun because it's the players from the MLB in a different type of tournament because they don't get to play the Olympics or anything like that. That's why I enjoy the World Baseball Classic because you don't get that for baseball in anything. You don't get it in the Olympics, nowhere. That's the only tournament you have the countries playing each other.
They don't put it in the Olympics because there's not enough countries that are good enough to be in the Olympics.
There's also the Major League Baseball season going on at the same time, etc. But I'm talking about the World Cup. You know what? Whoever wins. I'll get the updates on my phone. I'll send them to you, and there you go. You should actually probably send me the updates because I'm not really going to be watching.
No, I was pulling for Egypt today. They lost.
You went there
for Croatia the other day, and they lost. So I don't know who I'm into now. So we'll see. I got to reevaluate the bracket.
I know who to bet for because whoever you've chosen continues to lose. So I know who I'm betting for now. So you must be a mush for the World Cup.
Possible. Quite right. Now, Switzerland and Colombia are playing right now. It's 0-0.
Are they? Didn't know.
Yep. Of those two teams, I really have no rooting interest or care whatsoever. So I just hopefully an entertaining game. Now, maybe we'll pop it on in the building in this thing here. France plays Morocco Thursday. Spain plays Belgium on Friday. Norway, England. Okay, now that game, I've seen Norway. They got the row guys. They got the big dude. That team's fun to watch. England, they got a lot of history behind them. They only have the one star. They're trying to get another one. So that game, I would be invested in the Norway-England game. I will make sure 5 o'clock on Saturday that I am in front of the TV for that one.
You're locked into that one. That's appointment viewing for you.
I will be in front of the TV for that.
If there's if I'm out at a bar or I'm out and about, great. It's on. It's awesome. Will I be appointment television? Need to be in front, sitting down in front of a television to watch it? No. Yeah. So I am not on your poll question for today. No. There you go. 2 in 10 of Americans are pretty much too.
Well, right now it's about 50-50 on of my followers.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. 50-50. I'm on the nah side. Okay. If it's on, maybe I'll tune in for a couple minutes. That's about it.
I'm going to retweet that so we can get the numbers to shift a little bit here.
I'll do the same. Yeah,
every so often you like to bounce it back up to the top here. We got a good amount of votes in right now, but let's get that little 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock little rush here, a little 5 o'clock rush on the way home.
And I respect soccer as a sport. It's just not my cup of tea. Is my top sport. Baseball, football, basketball, hockey, golf. Those are my top.
Yeah, you and everybody else in the world. I don't know one human being that I've ever met that I know, not that I know. Now, people that I've met, obviously, but I'm saying I don't know anybody, not one person that I know that's my favorite sport is soccer.
I got a few. I have a few that I know are soccer is one for them. I got a few buddies of mine. This is their Super Bowl. Soccer, they are.
You gotta remember, I'm almost 50.
Yeah, you are. You're up there. You're getting up there, All right. I had to do it. All right, moving along. Look at number 2. Jimmy Rollins getting on the trade deadline discussion here. All right. And I want to play a clip from a podcast that Jimmy Rollins was on, or was an interview. I think it was an interview with John Clark, if I'm not mistaken, something along those lines. But I want to play this because he talked about that you only need 3 good starters for a postseason run. Kind of the opposite and a little bit different of the approach you and I would take heading into the trade deadline and postseason. Here's what Jimmy Rollins had to say.
I would love to have that 4th or 5th starter figured out. I think Nola can definitely get up those innings. The playoffs, all you really need is 3. That's all you need is 3. And if you have a game that you can use a 4th, that's great. So because of those things, 3 dominant starters, give me some offense.
There you go. So he wants to go offense over pitching. I think you need more than 3, to be honest, if you're the Phillies.
Well, I don't think you need more than 3. I think it's a nice thing to have more than 3, as we saw last year with the Dodgers, where you can now beef up your bullpen. because you do need more than 2 bullpen arms. And the Phillies right now have like 1.5 bullpen arms. We have no idea what Keller is. Do we trust Kerkering? Because he would be the half right now.
Yeah, I think I'm past. I mean, that'll still stick in my mind forever, the overthrow, but I'm past where I'm not going to trust him. I'll give Kerkering a shot.
Okay,
just lower level.
You're telling me in the hierarchy of guys you trust the most,
I love it.
It would be Duran 1 and then who 2?
Yeah, that's the problem.
Exactly. So instead of going out and finding more bullpen arms, I might need to get a starter so I can bump like Luzardo to help out my bullpen. So he would be the 4th starter in the instances that I need a 4th starter, but the other days he would be the guy that would be available to pitch out of the bullpen like the Dodgers had when they go with, I'm going to go out there and throw Snell in the back end of my bullpen, or Sasaki's closing games out for me. Glasnow's coming into a game and pitching in the big 8th inning.
Yeah, I'd rather have another starter. I'm sorry. We've been talking about the right-handed bat for years. The problem also has been the top guys have gone cold at the wrong time. That's been part of the problem as well into the postseason. Harper's not hit well. Kyle Schwarber has not hit well. Trey Turner gone cold. Like, those guys have gone cold. Like, your lineup's good enough, especially if you have great starting pitching. If you have great starting pitching, you add that 4th starter, you can get by with this lineup. There's no reason you shouldn't get by with this lineup. Can it be better? Yeah. Do I think there's an impact bat out there that's going to change much? No. So I think Jimmy, well, yes, he is correct in the assessment. Yeah, you only need 3 to get through a postseason, essentially. If you're the Phillies and the way things have been going and trending and the way the Dodgers won last year, it'd be nice to have another starter in the mix.
Think about this. Last year, you lost the series to the Dodgers. The games were 5-3, 4-3, and 2-1 that you lost.
Yep.
So you can make an argument that if your bullpen was better, that, the game stays close.
Yeah.
If it's the fact that your bullpen couldn't get the job done and theirs could, there's your difference in the game. So you could say if my pitching's better, that maybe that game, because the Phillies are up 3-0 on the Dodgers in game 1. In the 6th inning, it's now 3-2, and then they score 3 in the 7th, and there's your game, 5-3. But you could say, I'm up 3-0. If I had a better pitcher to go to in the 6th and 7th inning, instead I go to it was David Robertson came in the 6th, and then I guess Strom was the next guy. So you could say, hey, look, I'm up 3-0. If my starter goes into the 7th, now Christopher Sanchez started that game. Are you disappointed that he didn't go into the 7th inning? That's a fair question.
Sure. But you also would be able to lean back on, I could bring in Jesus Luzardo right now. Boom. Throw him in. Well,
last year, you can make a strong argument in that case. They should have gone to at least Walker Buehler.
Or Walker Buehler.
Ranger Suarez was the guy in the 6th inning for Sanchez in that spot. Now, Robertson comes in. He, in that game, he ends up giving up 3 or 2, and then he gives up 2, and then Strom gives up 1. So, they lose that game 5-3. But again, you say if I had a starting pitcher that either went 7 or I had a better bullpen than going to David Robertson, maybe I win that game 3-1 or 3-2.
Sure. Listen, I think the hierarchy of the deadline, starting pitcher, bullpen arm, right-handed hitter.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the hierarchy. I think you got to address pitching over hitting. And they're probably going to go get a Joe Adell over a starting pitcher and maybe a bullpen piece. So, Dave, do what you want, man. But I think if you get more pitching, you got a better shot to win because this lineup is paid like it's supposed to show up and, drive in runs throughout the postseason.
Yeah. And by the way, the game 2 that you lost, you're down 4-0 in the game. You gave up 4 runs in the 7th in that game. That's another game, though, where your starting pitcher, Luzardo, he pitches 6, and then Kerkering came in, he gave up 2. So you can say if my starting pitcher could either go 7 or I had a better bullpen option in that spot than Kerkering, I could because I ended up coming back and scoring 3 runs in that game.
And if you bring in a
Won that game
starter,
again. Maybe I win that game 3-1 or 3-2.
if you bring in a guy who usually starts, can go 2 innings, then you don't have to worry about going to all these bullpen pieces every single night. But what do we know? What do we know? Because it leads me to nugget number 3. And Baseball America has put out their top 30. They've updated the best farm systems in Major League Baseball. You want to know where the Philadelphia Phillies rank, Mike?
In what? Oh, farm system? Yeah, I saw this. 29th.
29th.
Yeah.
29.
Not a surprise. Not a surprise.
No,
I think
it's
the
not.
only person surprised to hear that the Phillies system is that lousy is Steven Ventnor.
It's the 29th best farm system in all of Major League Baseball. They haven't developed squat in years. And right now, that seems like they haven't drafted well either. Haven't developed anybody. No surprises. No guys like, oh, man, where'd this guy come from? 0 zip squat, a bottom feeder farm system for the Philadelphia Phillies. And it's going to be a problem at the trade deadline. I tell you that, it will be a problem at the trade deadline.
Yeah, big problem because, if you want to try to get Skubal, you probably don't have enough. If you want to try to get a Byron Buxton, if he decides to make that move, you probably don't have enough. So, yeah, the fact that their farm system, and by the way, the guys in their farm system that had value, I say had value, they're hurt. Aiden Miller with a back problem. Are you the team that wants to take a shot on a guy with a bad back who hasn't played all season long? If you even wanted to try to package Andrew Painter, what has his value taken a hit right now? And then after that, you're going to guys who are lower down the food chain. You don't have any other guys who are really knocking on the door getting ready to play at the big league level. When Gabriel Rincones is your third best prospect and he's 25 years old, I don't think Gabriel Rincones is fetching you much on the trade market here. So, no, you don't really have a whole heck of a lot that you can use. Their farm system being 29th has been a big problem for this team.
That's why I'm saying sell everything you got. If you need to package 4 or 5 players, Rincones, Gage Wood, Aiden Miller to get a Skubal, so be it. I don't care.
Gage Wood would be the one guy right now that probably has a little bit of value because he's young. I mean, he's young. He hasn't been to the big leagues yet. And, he's a pitcher who's a power pitcher that teams would say, okay, I might take him and I'd give you something of value.
That's what I mean. Like at the deadline, who the hell cares if they sell the farm? Who cares? There's no future anyway after this core. You know what I mean? They're going to have to build through free agency again anyway. So who cares? Sell everything you got with what even you have.
Pretty much. I mean, if you're at that situation where if you're the Phillies, do you view yourself as a team that is going to build through the draft? Most likely not.
Can't be. It's not with this farm system.
No, those are, Milwaukee, Tampa Bay, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. They build through the draft, not Philadelphia.
Nope. All right, there you go, Mike. 3-pack for you today.
All right, there's the Nuggets for today's. We'll do them again tomorrow. And don't forget, we'll be live at Pig Dog on Friday. The whole crew will be out there. We'll have Tall Vince. We'll have Pete G. We'll have Nicky Nuggets. And you out there listening, stop on out and see the Sports Bash at Pig Dog, Maury's Pier in Wildwood for the Battle on the Beach flag football tournament with more than 250 youth and adult flag football teams. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow. See you, man.
Later.
All right, busy show tomorrow. Dave Gallagher's back to talk some Phillies baseball with us on tomorrow's show. But when we come back, it's today's Cooney Report with Kevin Cooney, who joins me next right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. 5 o'clock, Sports Bash, driving you home. Mike Gill with you till the top of the hour. This hour is brought to you by Cross County Connection. 6 South Jersey Connect shuttles. They give you fare free transportation across southern New Jersey, connect to jobs, colleges, healthcare, shopping, government services, New Jersey transit hubs, all at no cost to riders. 856-229-7571, driveless.com. Kevin Cooney's back, his Cooney Report on Substack. It's a good one, as always, everybody. Make sure you subscribe, be a part of that. He joins us right now on the Sports Bash. He says the World Cup has been incredible, no matter how hard FIFA tries to mess it up. Is it still incredible even without the United States? Where is U.S. soccer? Kevin Cooney, I believe, not my age bracket, a little older than me. So we'll see what he has to say about the future of soccer. Is there? We've been hearing it for our whole lives, Kevin Cooney. Getting big.
Oh, yeah.
Getting big.
Yeah.
Getting big.
Wait till these kids who play it at 10 years old start taking over and getting money and all that. Look, it's still been incredible. If you watch today what happened with Argentina and Messi and them rallying against Egypt, and yes, more FIFA officiating shenanigans and all that, it's still an incredible watch, and you still have big stars in this tournament. But let's also be real. I mean, the example I put in yesterday was assume that, like, Mbappe was going to play a game in a World Cup in France, in, let's say, Grenoble, okay? And somehow Emmanuel Macron, he got a red card, and Emmanuel Macron stepped in and asked Gianni Infantino to withdraw it. We would say it reeks to the high heavens. And it does. And it takes away, in a lot of ways, I think, more internationally maybe than here, because the United States benefited. But it takes away, it puts a little bit of a pall on, okay, FIFA, who is this corrupt organization. We all know the history and all that. But it does have a feel of WWE to it when you put it that way.
Well, and we've all known, I mean, even casual sports fans know that FIFA has been a corrupt organization. I mean, this is like wildly known on the sports landscape, right? We just seemingly, it's like they're corrupt for the 3.5 years leading up to the tournament, and generally they get out of the way for the tournament. Now that we're watching it because it's here and it's on American time, it's on our time lanes, we're watching, man, they're corrupt even during the games.
Yeah, they're corrupt, but literally as you pull in the parking lot and pay your $180 to park, which is a FIFA charge. If you saw that for the round of 16 here.
By the way, Kevin, it went up to 180. It started at what, 150?
150 and went up to 180, and if you had an oversized vehicle, it went from 600 to 700.
Oh, well, thank God I drive a small little car here if I chose to go to one of these games.
Well, and by the way, it was funny because I actually was checking for the All-Star game next week. The price I saw for next week is $41. So we're talking the difference in the two events. And I get it that they had some bit of a security parameter around Philadelphia Stadium. Wink, wink, nod, nod. But that doesn't justify what it was. So, yeah, I mean, look, FIFA makes the IOC look like choir boys, and that's saying something. It's just, and I have more trouble with what FIFA did, by the way, and I know we don't like going political on this. I think any American president would lobby for their guy to get, have the red card taken away if they think they were unjustly done. Okay? I don't think this is a Trump thing. I think this is more of a FIFA. You can't do that.
Now, excuse my ignorance in this situation here. Has that happened before, though? I mean, you're saying you think another president would do that? Like, has another country's president gotten or prime minister got involved? Again, excuse my ignorance. Like, I have no idea. Has like the,
no, but I think the role of fan in chief. Bill Clinton tried to stop the baseball strike. We've seen other cases where presidents and presidential administrations, at least in this country, trying to intersect on domestic issues when it comes to the four major pro leagues. Do I think that if it got to there's a national cheerleader in chief kind of thing when it comes to the president of the United States? I think, maybe did Trump do it maybe differently than we're used to? Yeah, but I don't hold that part necessarily, and this is not a reflection of my politics in any way. I view it as if you're FIFA and you have rules set up, you have to enforce them no matter who's in charge, no matter what country's hosting it. These are the rules.
Sure.
But then again, it is selective enforcement of the rules, because the Ronaldo situation where he got a 3-game ban for a red card, and they waived it because 2 of them would have been in the group play of the World Cup. Kind of just shows you how messed up the organization is.
So, I mean, obviously, Kevin, it feels like every 4 years we have the conversation, and then it ends at the same time. It's like the Sixers in the second round. And it's always like, well, they need to trade Joel Embiid. They need to trade Joel Embiid. They need to do this. Somehow they did trade Paul George. More on that coming up. But it seems like every 4 years we get back to the same conversation of, oh, we're coming. It's growing and it's growing. And I think it always comes back to we just have so many other options. And to be elite at soccer, you need to dedicate early and dedicate your childhood to this sport. And I don't feel that the American culture wants to lose their child's childhood to be good at a sport that's really fourth or fifth or sixth or seventh on the depth chart here.
I would agree. I think part of it is that the best players that we do have tend to want to gravitate over to the European leagues. And look, I know the Premier League has a huge influence in this country, or has a huge audience in this country on NBC and all that. And we focus on the international. The league here, the MLS, is just not
right
a representative, draw everybody into the tent kind of league.
Well, think about it this way, Kevin. Let's say there's somebody, from wherever, Cherry Hill. There's a kid who's from Cherry Hill, and at 6 years old, he's like, I want to be a soccer player. But to be a great soccer player and make money and be truly the best, you have to say at 6 years old, and I want to go live in Belgium, or I want to go live in Spain or Germany or France. It's not, hey, I want to be a professional and I want to play in Philadelphia or Miami or Los Angeles.
Or I got to go play at one of these academies, which they set you up to play a little bit in the MLS. And then when it's time to really make the money, I got to go overseas.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you're a kid, your dream is not to go be a professional and go live in another country. You want to do that here. So as we had Kevin Kincaid on yesterday, and his whole plea was that the American soccer fan really needs to prop the MLS up to a level that the American players want to play in this league. And that's just simply not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, especially because MLS is run by a bunch of idiots. I mean, let's be real. The league was getting slightly more popular. They had to deal with ESPN and they had to deal with Fox, and then decided to sell out for the absolute bottom line, top dollar to Apple TV to go behind the paywall. And they won't kind of let you know what the audience drop has been. But
they let you know when they took the paywall off.
Yeah. But that it's still an enormous blunder. Television networks are what feed the beast, okay, in this sense. And if you're the NFL or the NBA, you can go venture sometimes beyond the paywall. Or, you could go have your Amazon package. You could have your YouTube package for select games and all that, or your Netflix or whatever. The MLS can't afford that. They're still super niche, okay? There's a reason why the NHL has gotten more popular since it went back to ESPN and Turner, because those are popular networks in this country. Those are where the eyeballs are still taken. Now, can they eventually, is there a subset that puts it behind on Hulu or ESPN Plus if you are the diehard and want to see every game or whatever. Yes, but the main games are still there. MLS doesn't do that, and that is a huge, huge problem for the growth of the sport.
Yeah, that's one thing. The MLS just isn't a thing. It's essentially minor league baseball. It's a family night out. It's not the best of the best. You got to leave here to go play elsewhere, and that's where if you're a kid, your goal is not to leave the country. You don't want to go live in another country.
And Mike, let's take the Union. The Union are run by a guy who sells his players off every 3-4 years. Okay. And Jay Sugarman. They also come out. The Sullivans are their biggest draw at this point. Now they're awful this year and all that. You know the Sullivans are going to leave at some point. You do. Like they're going to either get sold out by Sugarman or they're going to leave to go over to Europe.
Right. It seems that the league exists essentially so that you can develop a player so that he becomes good enough that you can make money by selling him overseas.
And that's just not feasible.
Yeah.
And I will say one thing. This is getting back to last night a little bit. The soccer media. I'm going to criticize my brethren here, Mike. The soccer media revolts when you criticize soccer players. Seriously, and I saw if you watched the Fox post-game show last night. Okay,
I thought Carly Lloyd was exactly what that sport
Lloyd was the
needs.
only one.
Yeah, she is exactly what that sport needs. She needs someone to say we're not good enough, and that's not acceptable. At the end is always and by the way, at the end I thought she got a little soft when she said, "Oh, we got on. Everybody fell in love with this team." No, the team was not good enough, and something needs to be better.
How about the fact that she came out right off the bat and said he played scared?
Yep.
And Pulisic, who is on every commercial in this World Cup, and they have tried, and Fox tried to sell him as the equal of Messi and Ronaldo and all that. He was invisible, and I get he may have had an injury, and if you're on the field and you're not playing at your top level in American sports, you earn the right to get criticized. You do.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's a big thing. I'm glad you brought that up. We talked about it. We even played it earlier. I thought she was the only one in this entire tournament that has come out and said, listen, not good enough. Didn't give a good enough effort. Basically looked scared. That's what this team needs to hear at the end of these runs. And at the end of the day, listen, do I think that the gap is closing? No. I mean, in 1994, 1998, 2002, 2000, it doesn't feel that it's any closer. That team last night looked completely outclassed.
Carly Lloyd came from a program that actually had done something. Okay, the Alexi Lawlesses of the world have never achieved anything.
Yeah,
let's be real.
Well, but you can make a strong point that the Alexi Lawlesses back then have achieved just as much as we have here now, 30 years later.
But Mike, here's the other part. Lloyd calls him out. Okay, Lloyd calls him out, and Terry and Henry last night, who was one of the analysts, he called him out, and he's won a World Cup with France. The Rob Stones and all them, they want to take these guys after Dairy Queen as participation trophies.
Yeah.
It's like, really, you can't have it both ways. You can't.
Kevin Cooney's with us. Check out his Cooney report. He has a great article on, the World Cup and everything. It's been a fun tournament. It brings a lot of eyeballs in the middle of the summer where there's not a whole heck of a lot going on. The game today, I said, I'm very much enjoying any game that doesn't involve the United States because those games are competitive, high level, and fun. When we play, it brings the whole damn game down, and that's why the game stinks when we watch ourselves play.
It's a slow game when the United States plays.
Correct.
Slow.
What is your thoughts on how – I've seen a lot of people talking about how expensive it is to play, being on club teams, that kind of stuff. How much of a role does that play?
Sure, it plays a little bit. The one thing I've noticed, and this is part of, with now getting into high schools and all that, there's so much specialization in sports where, unfortunately, Mike, you and I yes, I'm older. Okay, but yeah, we're of the age where we grew up in. Summer you play baseball. In the fall you played either football or soccer. Winter you play basketball. And maybe you ran some track or maybe you did other things or whatever. These kids play all year round. One thing. And I do think that has, and you see that even in the high school ranks. I think that's hurt the product that's going on in a lot of ways there, because everybody has this dream of, okay, if I totally dedicate myself towards football or soccer or everything, that everything's going to, but it's also allowed this grift of year-round coaches, year-round training, all this that a lot of times doesn't really help the kid. And it doesn't, I always believe that it helped to have the athletic subset of, I may struggle in baseball, but I gain something that could translate to another sport that may be where my, quote, future lies. And I don't think that, I think the specialization we've seen has really hurt products like that. And if you look at it, with the money that is in the NFL, with the money it's in the NBA, with the money it's in Major League Baseball, soccer's always going to be at the bottom of all this.
Well,
I think
it's a lot. As I said before, it's like you have to literally be willing to give up your childhood in that particular sport. But here you try baseball because everybody in the neighborhood goes down and plays little league, or maybe you try football or basketball, and then you get to a certain age where you realize, maybe those sports aren't for me. I'm not good enough at them. By that point, it's too late. You're behind the 8 ball.
Think of it, Mike. Okay, if you're putting, for people in this portion of the country, you're putting soccer on a list of sports that are interest in males, okay, at the high school age. Soccer's what, 4th or 5th usually, if you want to rank it as, okay, what's your number one?
Yeah, because most high schools don't offer hockey, and right. And hockey's another one where at least there's a professional league in this country. Like, if I'm the best, I don't have to move to another country. I can yearn and have a goal to end up playing here.
Right. Whereas if you look on the female side, okay, why are Americans better at women's soccer than they are at men? Because it's the second most popular female sport, I would think, behind basketball.
And the American women got a head start on many other countries with women's soccer.
Yeah, and it's a way that a lot of young ladies have gone to college.
Yep, and you're right about that. Because
yeah.
they have less sports for women to choose. They're not playing football. They're not playing baseball. So soccer now moves up the hierarchy of things that you try at an earlier age.
Right. I mean, the soccer in a lot of colleges is only behind basketball in a lot of ways. I mean, you could say softball is in the South probably a little bit more prevalent than soccer, but that's kind of where it's at this point. And, look, it's just one of those things that, and I maybe it is a generational thing. Maybe it is something that will eventually grow. But if the MLS doesn't grow, I don't know if this country ever gets.
I agree. I will say this. My girlfriend's 2 boys. One is 20. The other is 17. They are sitting and watching these soccer games way more than they're watching football, basketball, baseball.
Well, it's also the event right now.
That's true. I mean, I'm just saying. So maybe, but I don't know what that means. Like, we've been hearing, it's coming. It's getting bigger. It's coming. Now, those kids that I heard about, they were 5. Now they were 15. Now they're 25. Now they're 35. Is it coming still? I don't know. I don't know when that's going to happen. I do want to pop to a couple quickies.
Well, can I go one more item on this? Okay. In light of everything that's going on this week, and especially with the administration and all that, it's going to be fascinating to see what kind of an impact this will have on the 28 Olympics.
Well, that too, and I actually say the one major difference here is Belgium and Spain and Argentina and Egypt and Croatia. They care about this tournament every second of every day.
Yep.
We care every 4 years for about 2 weeks, and that is a major difference. Soon as that's
Yeah.
over, we have this discussion today. It's an interesting discussion. It goes away tomorrow. This discussion happens in those countries for 4 years, trying to figure out how to get it right.
And if you're the IOC today, if you're in Lausanne and you're watching the blowback that FIFA is getting, and especially Gianni Infantino, you are worried the hell about having that same kind of blowback when we get to Los Angeles in 28.
All right, Kevin Cooney Substack. Check that out over at Substack. Kevin Cooney, search for that. Couple quick hitters before we get out of here. Is LeBron James even thinking about Philadelphia?
I would still say Cleveland's in the lead, but I think probably the Sixers are second on that list right now, don't you? I mean, because they're far more likely to get to a title round than Miami at this point. They're probably more likely to get to a title round than Golden State and having to go through the congested West. I think it's a possibility. Again, I think Cleveland's the favorite. Anybody who doesn't think that Cleveland's not the favorite is just not. It's the storybook ending, and that's kind of what LeBron has always wanted. So, yeah.
He got that storybook, though. He won them the title.
No, but the ultimate storybook would be for him to retire as a Cavs in his hometown.
Do you think he only plays one more year?
Well, 2.
So can he play here for 1 and then play there next year?
He might if he wants.
You want to play with James? Does he think that team's a better fit for him? That's the question.
That's the Harden thing is the one I think flying the ointment. I think if Harden's not there, then honestly, I think LeBron's already signed.
Leo Carlson, what's that indicate to you?
Indicates to me the Flyers are going for it. I mean, it's pretty clear. I don't. They've kind of put a poison pill out there for Pat Verbeek. But even if it doesn't lead to Carlson being here, I think it's a sign that they have cash. They want to play for the big name. They want to play for the big star, and especially if Connor McDavid's going to be out there in the next year or so, that's going to be a pretty attractive piece for this organization.
Definitely something to keep an eye on. Phil's tonight, they have a 9-game road trip going into the All-Star break here. 6 more still to go. They have worked their way all the way back within 3. Does this get do they fade back a little bit before the All-Star break, or do they kind of keep themselves afloat here?
Well, you got Cincinnati and Detroit, 2 teams that are struggling.
Yeah, you got a lefty tonight. You got Burns tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the one thing with them is these road trips, and I saw everybody freaking out about Kansas City. These road trips aren't going to take; they're going to zap something out of you, and especially a day game on a Monday when you're not used to playing it, because they had to move the Friday game to Monday because of the World Cup in Kansas City. I think they'll still probably be maybe 2 or 3 games back when we get to the All-Star break, and then it's game on once you get out on the other side. You have the Dodgers coming out of it, the break, and you also get the Yankees, who by then you would assume would have found some kind of offensive elixir to fix whatever the hell that mess is.
Kevin Cooney Substack. Check that out. Kevin Cooney Substack. And, of course, right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Another good week, another good conversation. Kevin, always appreciate it, man.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, Kevin Cooney, the Cooney Report over at Substack. You can check that out. And he joins us right here on the Sports Bash. But having a lot of fun catching up with Kevin, old-time newspaper writer. We always talked to Kevin plenty of times during his time covering the Phillies in the past, and now he's breaking it all down right here on the Sports Bash. Hey, don't forget, we're going to be at Pig Dog on Friday. You can come out and see the show live at Pig Dog in Wildwood, 2 to 6. Come on out and see us this Friday on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, it's today's Phillies Fastball segment with the Phillies taking on a lefty tonight. We told you the lineup. We'll tell you that again coming up next with the guys, Oscar and Jeff. Join me on the Sports Bash. At 5:31, time for the Fastball. Phillies Fastball, the quickest look at the Phillies each and every day. Brought to you by Ventnor Social, the place to go catch every Phillies game. Tonight they take on the Cincinnati Reds. Enjoy great food and drinks on their 20 big screen TVs. Will be the Phillies tonight with Zach Wheeler. Those will take on a lefty. We told you the lineup earlier today, but they have struggled against left-handed pitching. Will that continue tonight? Well, I got my guys, Oscar Budajin and Jeff Kerr, to talk more Phillies with us right now on today's edition of Phillies Fastball on 97.3 ESPN. Guys, we got the that was a brutal one yesterday. We looked back at Christopher Sanchez and the struggles that he had. But Zach Wheeler, this guy has been as dominant as any pitcher, although he's not in the All-Star game just yet. But I would imagine he wants to show to people that he belongs on that team. I would imagine you're going to get a great effort from Wheeler tonight, Oscar. You talked about it. He should have been on that All-Star team.
Absolutely. I mean, to me, he's the biggest snub in all baseball for not being the All-Star game.
He's not the biggest snub. He's not the biggest snub.
Well, in my view, it is the biggest snub.
Well, that's because you're a Phillies fan. That's why you say that.
Well, in my view, he's the biggest snub in baseball.
He's not the biggest snub. Brandon Rice is. The Athletic didn't even mention him as one of their 10 snubs.
I mean, look,
I did notice that. He was not mentioned as a snub for whatever reason, but
Jeff, your opinion is your opinion. My opinion is my opinion.
Yeah, because I have an unbiased opinion.
Okay, great.
That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, fine. I'm a Phillies fan, and I think Zach Wheeler is the biggest snub. He deserves it.
He's a snub. He's not the biggest snub. He's a snub.
Okay, now let's going back to Wheeler. I'm going to give you these numbers, Mike, which are really impressive. He's 2-0 at the Great American Ballpark with a 1.08 ERA. And he's been, by the way, Jeff, the best pitcher in baseball the last 5 years. So from a WAR standpoint.
What does that matter with 2026?
No, it doesn't say anything.
Stop the last 5 years. Guess what? 5 years ago, my career was different. Your career was different 5 years ago.
Well,
right?
I would
say we got.
I would say, is he the biggest? That is being the biggest number or whatever. It's semantics here, but for him not to make it over a guy like Logan Webb, I think you can certainly
that's where I agree.
Argument that he deserved to be in there over Logan Webb. Now Ben Rice, I don't know who he could have been over there or whatever, but I do think Wheeler is a guy that you look at his numbers and what he's done versus Logan Webb and say, how did this guy get selected over this guy? And that to me is an egregious miss.
The difference in ERA between Zach Wheeler and Skeens is 1.3. The same thing with Webb. I mean, 362, 366 for Skeen and Webb, and for Wheeler is 236. Come on, guys. Give me a break.
I just don't think he's the biggest snub. I think that there's a guy on the Pirates.
I thought we passed that subject, Jeff. I thought we passed that subject.
Well, listen.
Did we pass that subject, or did you talk about that subject and I didn't get to say anything?
Vladimir Guerrero, by the way, has no business being on the team, right? I mean, he has, four home runs this year?
No, not at all. And I do agree with Oscar. He's a snub. I just don't think he's the biggest snub.
Whatever. I mean, some people might say you're right, you're wrong.
It's vanilla or chocolate, right, guys? Like
that being said, Wheeler tonight has a chance, and they're going to need him because they're facing a left-hander, and we know they have struggled mightily. Adams going, and then you got Chase Burns tomorrow, who, by the way, does deserve to be on the All-Star team. So you got a lefty tonight, you got Burns tomorrow. All of a sudden, these games late in the schedule here before the break turn out to be some pretty important games for this Phillies team.
I mean, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, no, I mean, I would agree, right? I think tomorrow's a big game for them. I thought tonight was pretty important too, in terms of Zach Wheeler pitching, and I agree. But Zach Wheeler is also in line to pitch Sunday, so it may not even matter if he's in the All-Star game or not. I think he should be in just on merit because that helps a Hall of Fame chance. But yeah, look, tonight's a big game for them because they just lost 2 or 3 of the Royals. They got Burns this week. Look, you're going to face Tariq Skubal, probably on Sunday? Is that how we're?
Well, it's Wheeler and Skubal set for Sunday, which means if Wheeler pitches on Sunday, he would be ineligible to be announced as a replacement on the team.
Yeah, so he won't even get selected. Yeah,
that's what happened that's what happened last year to Christopher Sanchez. That he pitched that Sunday and he was not selected.
Yep. And he was not happy about. By the way, Christopher Sanchez should have went last year, and Zach Wheeler should have went this year.
Jeff, I want to get your take on 29th in farm system rankings today. Fair or unfair?
unfair. I think they're a little bit higher. I don't think they're good, but 29th, what was the Padres? The only team worse than them, I think. They don't have a good farm system.
Well, either way you slice it, it's similar to the Wheeler being the biggest snub or not. They're not good. Whether they're 29th or 27th or
Correct,
25th, they're not very good.
No, and I think a lot of this has to do with the development at the higher levels, right? Andrew Painter graduated, Justin Crawford graduated. They're not prospects anymore. Aiden Miller has not played this year. He has not swung a bat this year. So that's a concern to me. Gage Wood might be your best pitching prospect right now. And look, they got good guys in Clearwater. They got Farabis. Brian Rincon, he's in the 20s, 30s. I think he can contribute to this team at some point. Alex McFarland's a good prospect, but I'm only listing 6-7 guys here.
I think when I look at the Phillies farm system, it's more quantity than quality. When I look at it, when you have Aiden Miller,
guys are at the lower levels.
Yeah, when you have Francisco Renteria, which is still in the Dominican Republic, in his first month of minor league baseball, first month of being a professional and being the third best prospect, and we know that the guy has all the potential in the world, that tells you a story. Erwin Escobar has been in this system for a while, and he's a good prospect. He's number 4. And Dante Nori, he has potential. Look, the reality, I do believe they have quantity. I don't think they have enough quality in my view.
And Arun Escobar, I think, is going to be a good player, but he's just not having a good season. Starting to turn it around a little bit in Reading. There are some concerns there, no doubt. He's been Double-A for basically a year now, so we'll see how he develops. But the results, I haven't been that encouraged yet.
So I would ask you guys this, both of you guys. The Phillies farm system 29th. Are the Phillies an organization, though, that relies on the farm system? Isn't that for the Rays and the Brewers and the Reds? How important
they clearly
is
don't.
Because they really haven't had any help from their farm system when was the last time they got any help from their farm system? So was
Johan Rojas.
Aaron Nola.
Yeah, Aaron Nola. There you go. There's a good one. I like that one.
Look, the reality is, baseball, you have multiple
is it sustainable?
tiers.
Is it sustainable to
No,
keep
it's not.
failing?
It's not.
In
the Dodgers, I don't know where the Dodgers were ranked this year, but they historically 1 or 2 or 3 in all baseball. So if they're the number 2, that gives you the options to trade for players. The San Diego Padres have had good draft picks. They always trade them for better players at the trading deadline. It gives you ammunition. So if you have a good farm system, you can trade those players. And the Phillies don't have the same option right now. Who are you going to trade?
Exactly. And that's where I agree with Oscar with this window, right? And Oscar was 100% correct. The window was 24-25, right? They've extended to 26, but who are you going to trade for a Tariq Skubal, right? They're in the hunt. Okay, well, who are you trading for?
Yeah, I don't know.
For Chapman, for any of those guys, who are you going to give? What you're going to give? You think Nori is enough to get them Adoris Chapman?
Dante Nori has not played since June 6th.
Going to say, What's the latest on him? He hasn't played either, right?
No, he has a hamstring injury, and I was told it was week to week, and he's not back yet. And unless I get a transaction thing from Reading tonight, he's not back.
We did get a transaction thing from the Phillies today. They have recalled Max Lazar. They optioned Backus, but this car going back and forth from Philly to Lehigh. This is not sustainable, right?
No, not at all. And look, Brad Keller's going to take Trevino's spot when he's back. He's with the team right now, but he's not going to be back until tomorrow. So, but yeah, you're right. You're just playing musical chairs at this point. With, look who's coming up today. Kyle Backus is sent. Oh, by the way, you still don't have a lefty.
Look, when you let go your 13th seed ranked pick in what's his name, in Gene Cabrera, you let him go. You basically let him go for De La Cruz. He's gone.
Yeah, he's gone. Yeah,
DFA'd.
Yeah, no, he's gone. He's DFA'd. That's what I'm saying. If you let your 13th guy go, you could imagine the depth of this system is very, very limited.
Yeah, and you know what? They were counting on Gene Cabrera. Like 2 months ago on this show, I would have said, maybe not even 2 months ago, but yeah, 2 months ago, I would have said Gene Cabrera is their next option behind Alan Rangel. Now he's not even here.
Right. He started at AAA. They had to demote him to down.
He had a good spring, too. He started the spring breakout game, and he's
Oscar and Jeff, I want you guys to both think of this. Right now, Johan Duran unquestionably is the guy you have the most confidence in.
100%.
Who is 2, 3, and 4 in the bullpen?
Go ahead, Oscar.
Kerkering is number 2.
E. And that's not that Kerkering has had a bad year. It's if he's your second most reliable guy right now, isn't that worrisome?
I mean, it is worrisome. I mean, I just don't think. I mean, Alvarado, it cannot be trusted right now. Keller, can he trust? He needs to show it to me. He needs to show it to me. He needs
100%.
to come in back and then show me that you are capable of doing. They're going to put him in that position too. But
100%.
Yeah,
he'll be back throwing in the 8th inning tomorrow. I mean, if there's an out in the 8th inning that they need, he's going. So you got Duran 1, Kerkering 2, then who?
Misa. I mean, Misa might be number 3. And I mean, look,
who would have thought that?
I mean, right now it's probably Misa. I mean, in my book, I mean, they're going to put Alvarado again in those situations. I mean, who are you going to trust? Bank? I mean, show it to me. Johnson? I mean, Trevino? I mean, come on, guys.
Last year, I mean, yesterday was, and I kind of briefly mentioned on the show, I was very discouraged with Backus and Banks yesterday in mop-up duty, and they still can't get 3 outs.
Oh, listen. Banks, to me, we talked about it yesterday, very disappointing because he was a reliable guy. Backus, who you traded for, he's been up and down. Misa has been good, then he's been bad, then he's been good. What about Bolin? Is he in your top 4?
He's in my top 4, but again, what does that say about everybody else?
I think this is a good exercise of what is the highest priority possibly that they really need to find. And we keep saying a lefty.
Left-handed reliever.
It's almost anybody with a pulse that can get somebody out in the bullpen.
The other thing, this changes, right? This continuously change based on how they're performing. Right now, that's a group. I mean, maybe Alvarado finds it from one day to the next, and he could be the Alvarado that we know what he's capable of doing. But that's the reality. I mean, we don't know how
they lost to the Dodgers last year because they could not get outs 15 through 21. And this is where Oscar was right about Ranger Suarez. You had the opportunity to pitch him in those innings, a big game pitcher, and they did not do it in game 1. They did not do it in game 2. So you're down 2-0. Oh, by the way, when did you lose this game? All these games, 15 through 21, the 5th through the 7th inning.
Yeah, the one game you were up 3-0. In game 1, you're up 3-0.
Game 1, you had it. You had it in the bag. It was there.
And that was the game you brought David Robertson into the game, which means you need to get somebody because I will say, I don't know if this is disappointing. Should I be disappointed in this, or am I too my starting pitcher couldn't get into the 7th inning, so I had to go to my bullpen in the 6th, and my 6th inning option was not strong enough.
I mean, Christopher Sanchez didn't have a good inning in the 6th, and Robinson couldn't bail him out. And look, this is where I blame players. You want to blame Dave Dombrowski for paying this guy, fine, but you paid this guy to get those outs, and he didn't do it.
And Sugar, which is a guy that pitched tremendously the first 3 months of the year, I mean, suddenly he lost it. So it is concerning. It is a concern, and it's something that Jeff has said. We need a left-handed pitcher. I do believe we need another arm. Lefty is going to cost you more than a righty, but you need another arm in that bullpen to solidify this team.
Yeah. And it might be Alex McFarland, but they'll probably trade him.
Well, if McFarland doesn't get traded, is he up here helping them out?
I think he will be.
Okay.
At some point. I mean, they got to move him up to AAA and give him the bigger baseball.
What is the latest on Painter? When's his next outing?
I believe it's
Friday.
Yeah, is it Friday? Yeah, I think it's Friday.
He's been pitching every 6 days, so I think it's Friday.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
so
haven't
Friday
officially announced it yet, but I think it's Friday. You know what? They might have announced it today. Let me look this up here.
Yeah.
Well, while you're doing that, Oscar, why don't you tell everybody where they can get their gear?
Well, you got Phillies. You got to go Foley on South. You can go FoleyOnSouth.com, and if you spend $75 there, you can get the best gear in the city. I mean, he has all the things from the 2008 World Series. I mean, from Schwarber, from Brandon March, the All-Stars, and all those great guys. So go FoleyOnSouth.com and just get it there.
Alan Rangel tomorrow, Andrew Painter on Friday. It is official.
Yeah, it's every 6 days. He's pitching.
There we go. So Rangel tomorrow, And then Friday, it will be Andrew Painter. So there is a bullpen game for the Phillies coming up tomorrow, it looks like, which is not good against Chase Burns. So you're almost conceding.
You better win tonight. You better win tonight. By the way, 1-1 with a 338. Is Abbott against the Phillies. He beat us in Philly, I remember, a couple of years ago, but he hasn't pitched as well this year as he did last year.
There's a reason why Brandon Marsh ain't playing tonight too. Outside of Andrew Abbott, he's in 115 over the last 7 days. He might need a breather.
That's true, and he is left-handed, Abbott, so this is a good day to give him the day off. By the way, the Phillies enter having lost back-to-back games. If they lose tonight, it will be the longest losing streak since they lost 3 straight, May 19th to the 22nd back in May. So they have played some really good baseball.
Been a while,
have a couple, and the Reds have won back-to-back games against the Phillies. If they win tonight, it would be their longest win streak against the Phillies since 3 straight back in 2019.
I know where Oscar's going with this because I think he was going to say, and they played the Reds during that 3 straight.
And I was going to say thank you, Mets, for beating the Braves yesterday. That was a hell of a game, man. That was a hell of a game.
3 games back. I'll get out on this one, guys, tonight. The Marlins are 4 back. Do the Marlins have the staying power in the East?
This is Oscar's team. Well, actually, the Reds are Oscar's team.
I mean, they're 22-8 over the last 30 games.
They're good.
They're playing good baseball. I don't think they have enough hitting power. They have probably enough to make it as the last wild card, because I think there's one last wild card after the Cubs, the Cubs and the Phillies. I mean, there is one. I mean, unless the Phillies beat the Braves or whatever, but it's going to be Milwaukee. It's going to be the Braves. It's going to be the Dodgers, the Phillies, the Cubs, and there is that one last wild card. I do believe the Marlins could be that team right now.
Well, right now, the Marlins are that team. They are the third wild card team currently. And by the way, the Nationals are 2.5 back of that wild card spot.
And think about this for a second. So the Marlins have a much better farm system than the Phillies do. They'll trade for a bat.
They can add, yes. All right, there's today's Phillies Fastball with Jeff and Oscar. We do it every day, getting you ready for the Phillies tonight against the Reds. We'll recap tonight's game and get you ready for their matchup tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. All right, guys, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Come on, Jeff. Go Phils.
Oscar, we agree to disagree on Zach Wheeler, but besides that, we're good.
All right, we'll talk about it again tomorrow here. We'll see how Wheeler does tonight, because if Wheeler pitches well tonight, he should not only be in the All-Star game, he should probably start the All-Star game. All right, we'll recap the show and get us out of here. Coming up next. All right, getting out of here on this Tuesday night. Don't forget, tomorrow we're back with more Sports Bash. Before we get out of here, one of the things I love most about a strong community is the people who show up for one another. That's why I want to tell you about my friends at the Branches Outreach in Cape May County. Their team, volunteers, donors, and community partners work together to provide meals, stock pantry shelves, distribute clothing and personal care items, and connect individuals and families with advocacy, case management, and the support they need to move forward. Whether Cape May County is your home or you're down here visiting for the summer, you can be a part of their team by visiting thebranchesoutreach.org and make a donation today. Together, we can strengthen the community we all love. Thanks to the Branches for all the work they do. I'm Mike Gill, and this has been the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We're back again tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash.